We'll figure it out. like this, and then you say welcome to the final table. But you like be like this, and then just and welcome to the final table.
Okay. One move and welcome to
the final table.
Okay.
Yes.
And with the mic. It's for the after movie. Welcome to the final table.
With a smiling, welcome to the final table.
Okay.
Again, some fun. 1, 2, 3, and go.
Welcome to the final table.
Okay.
That's my job. Welcome to the final table. My name is JJ Hazan. We're here at Banco Casino Bratislava, about to get started a bit early. We've come in a bit early. The players aren't there yet, and the dealer is being given elocution lessons.
Thank you.
So very soon we do see our lineup. 9 players left. Very close chip counts, to be honest, between 14 and 35 million. Really not a lot in it. You can see a lot of play going on here, and one of the bigger events here at Banco. My name is JJ Hazan, and I have been joined by Blaise Bourgeois, the wonderfully named Blaise Bourgeois. How are you, Blaise?
I'm great. Another beautiful day in Bratislava. It's going to be a very competitive final table here today. We've got 9 players, all between 14 bigs and 35 bigs. So, yes, like you said, the chips should be flying, and we could see some really juicy action right from the start.
And interesting payouts. So there we have it. Well, beautifully timed. Thank you, guys. 5,275 for the first player out, 9th place. I think the buy-in of this was 200, so that's very impressive. And then we have the top prize of 64,000. We started with 2,290 players and a prize pool of 389,000 euros. So a very healthy 64,000 up top, with some big pay jumps once we get to the kind of 4th place. 7,000, 12,000, and then 25,000. So some really big pay jumps. By the time we get there, in some 4 or 5 hours' time, almost certainly a deal will be made. It does tend to happen at this level. And we have our usual mix of nationalities. Now, this is the Israeli Federation Cup, the first one of its kind here at Banco. And we've got 3 Israelis that have made the final table, and 2 from the Czech Republic, a Croatian, a Romanian, a Ukrainian, and a Hungarian, which is a very typical lineup here at Banco Casino. Does attract people from all around Europe. I believe you're not from these parts, are you, Blaise? Where are you from? Where do you hail from?
I'm from upstate New York, Rochester, New York, to be specific. I have been in Europe for the last year and a half, though. So
you're a local then.
Yeah,
Have you seen some of the pictures of the snowstorm in New York? Because my son lives there, and he sent through some film. It is absolutely amazing. It is so deep.
Well, I'm from Rochester, one of the snowiest places in the United States historically. So we get these kind of snowstorms every single year where I'm from, and they're not actually getting it so bad. Maybe my 1 foot tall dog is up to his shoulders right now, but it's not unheard of to get over a meter of snow overnight. So, but yeah, everyone else gets a nice little taste in the Northeast, and even parts south. I heard they canceled a couple poker tournaments in Texas because of the snow.
Oh wow, in Texas, it's not somewhere you identify with snow. Well, in New York, they did something on the news, and what is really bizarre is they only get these snowstorms, these severe ones, every 10 years. And when I say every 10 years, I mean every year ending in a 6. So 26, last one was 16, 06 before that. It's absolutely bizarre. It's like on a kind of cycle where the same type of weather severe weather hits New York every 10 years. Really weird.
Yeah, maybe it's like the Atlantic Ocean's version of El Nino.
Maybe. And I wonder who's going to be El Nino on this table. Very hard to tell at this point. I do recognise a couple of players. Dorfman, I think he has been on the table before. Romanian, Efim Dorfman. These are their surnames we see on the screen. So we've got some good mix of names that we have to try and pronounce. Not too bad, actually. I've seen worse. And we will get going very soon. So tournament director will just give final instructions to the players. They may or may not have played on this table before. Have to make sure their cards are in the box, so our RFID reader can read them, and then you and me and the viewing public can see them. We are, of course, on YouTube, and we will be, I'm just going onto it now, we will be looking out for any comments you have, any questions, any points you want to make, any support for your player or your players. So I'm just going to get that in front of me, and then you'll be able to interact with us that way. Okay. We have a Hebrew version of this as well. I'm going to obviously be on the English one. Right, just bringing that up now.
JJ, how do you reckon these players are gonna play? You know, they're only in for a couple €100. They've secured 5K. They're playing for 64. Do you think they're gonna go after it today, or do you think they're gonna play rather conservative and try to get their pay jumps?
You always get a mix. There are players that will play really solid and tight to ladder up, and the ladders, you know, are worth laddering up. I mean, even the first 9th to 8th is €1,500, and then you've got like nearly 3,000. Then you've got another 3,000, then 4,000. So you've got quite big jumps. It's no surprise that if you have a look around the table and see seat 6 with the interesting ethnic clothing, that is our friend Mr. Dorfman, and he was here a week ago. Only a week ago.
I was going to mention that. He was here last week for our stream, and if I recall, he punted it off pretty badly and finished in 9th. So I hope he did. I hope he does better this time around. Magnificent for him to navigate 2 of these big giant fields in a week. As last week was 1,563. So really
I think that is, yes, Romanian Efim Dorfman. Well, he is our second in chips, so he shouldn't be. Oh, there he is, covering up. What a wonderful outfit. And here we go, our first hand of the evening. Unlike most casinos, Banco Casino run their finals on a Monday night, which is interesting. It's an interesting choice. It means the online players can play their Sunday nights, but it also means it's quite quiet in the casino on a Monday. Not usually a lot of players left in terms of having a live rail, but we often get a very good online rail.
Let's just hope that today is as entertaining as it was last week.
Yeah, it was a good final. I'm sure it will be. So we've got quite a few people already with us. So Dorfman already made an early raise to 2.5 million with the ace-jack suited in the hijack. Fairly standard call in the small blind with the king 10, but we'll see what he wants to do. It's also perfectly okay to fold that. And the big blind,
Yeah.
not.
Given how close these players are in chips, I would tend to stay away from these close spots, especially out of position in the small blind myself. So I like to fold.
I've got a few people on the chat. Vincent Vega, that's a reference to a wonderful film. Vincent Vega says, table looks small. Oh, interesting comment. It's a fairly normal size table for a streaming one and fits 9 people. So good luck, Stojanovic and Carmen. So that's the Croatian and the Hungarian. So a couple of shout outs. So first blood to Dorfman. Or Obi-Wan Kenobi, depending on your viewpoint.
I'd really like to ask where he got that. I think I could add that to my wardrobe.
Oh, I think it would kind of suit you. I think you've got the right personality to, bring that one off. I'm guessing he's Romanian, and Romania has a very cultural, historic Romany nation. So I would guess it's probably like a traditional Romany outfit, maybe. Although it looks more Finnish, so that kind of part of the world. Here is Struhl, Jaime, he may be called, making a raise with the ace-jack. He's not raising, he's pushing, all in. Now, he was...
12 bigs.
Yeah, 12 bigs. I think that's a fair enough push, actually, with his hand. In the small blind, putting max pressure on the big blind. That is Antonino. We've seen Hungarian. We've seen him on the final table in the last few months. Can't remember which one, but he has definitely been here in front of our cameras. Seat 5 looks like he can't quite fit in, doesn't he? He's kind of sat back a bit. Whereas
he's kind of looks like the guy that wasn't really invited to the party, but he knows a few guys. Yeah, he's sipping on a little drink, but he doesn't know whether he's supposed to be having that drink. Yeah, he looks a little lost. All right, couple beautiful cards for Resco under the gun.
The American Airlines making raise to 2 million. That's Alexander from the Czech Republic. I'm not going to get called this time with a 7-4 or the 6-2. Tenenbaum. That was the name of that family in that comedy series. Something to the Tenenbaums. Button. Not going to be making a move with 10-7, surely.
The Royal
He's got his Royal Tenenbaums, that was it. And we're round to the blinds. That will be a fold. And I'm pretty sure that will be a fold as well. A Ukrainian on the small blind. And big blind folded. A bit of a waste for aces there, getting no action on this final table. Hard to maximise value if no one calls you.
JJ, how was your weekend, by the way? I've heard you had a nice time in Morocco. All right, Stojanovic here under the gun +2 with ace-10 off. He's certainly going to open this.
I was chatting away with my mic off, so well done. I've got a raise to 2
I
minutes.
thought you were
It's
ghosting me over here.
easily done. Easily done. I was looking at the chat and just seeing what we've got. This is a tricky spot for ace-7 suited. I don't like the call, but he is calling by the look of it.
I do think calling is the worst option. +3. I like it as a little 3-bet bluff at a final table, especially short stacked. You don't really have to make it that big. 4.5 million, 4.8 million will do just fine. It looks like it would work in this case.
Yeah,
and definitely
puts the
pressure
pressure
on.
Yeah. Although someone has woken up with a big queen. Mr. Carmen in seat 2.
Yeah,
And
these
Tonino.
are the types of spots that, you know, recreationals are more privy to just jamming 27 bigs with from the button rather than a standard 3-bet here. But as we can see, unless one of the blinds wakes up with something. All right, he does put in a 3-bet.
I think we're seeing
Very
around
good.
the 4.5, 5 million, I think, which is the right. Oh, it's bigger than that. 7.5 million. But it's no nonsense 3-bet for sure. No nonsense.
Very chunky sizing, especially 9-handed at a final table. Should get the job done, barring any dramatics here.
Yeah, it's very hard to call off with a 9-handed table with ace-10 offsuit or ace-7 for that matter. So, despite the slight oversize of the bet, it's better than pushing all in.
Yeah, absolutely right. In the long run, it's definitely a lot better of an option than jamming. So many times, especially when you're at lower buy-in tables, you might get over-anxious guys who will shove the pocket 10s, the pocket jacks, when a more experienced player might decide to lay that down. So I do like
Interesting.
the 3-bet.
Yeah, go on.
Yes.
And I was saying, interestingly, last night when we were down to 4 or 5 players from Marrakesh, there seemed to be this pattern, and 2 of the players had, when they had big hands on the small blind, ace queen, jacks, ace king, they just flatted. They just called the small blind, and there was this pattern. And I don't know whether they both knew they were both doing it. They were sitting next door to each other, and just, you know, copying it. And it was really strange. And it's a risky maneuver, I think. And one or two got caught out. Slow playing big hands, aces, kings, both got caught out. But haven't seen that strategy for quite a long time. It was an interesting final table. A long one as well. 3 a.m. finish for me. 4 a.m. in Marrakesh. We haven't seen too many fireworks on this table as yet.
I played
guys,
that,
when you're in the... Sorry, just a quick
I
one.
was going to say, I was playing that circuit in Marrakesh, and the winner of that circuit ended up, he knocked me out on day one.
He had a fascinating strategy. He was folding, really good holdings just to one raise. And he was so tight. And he was, getting blinded down and down and down, and then had a double up. And then he literally, I think, when we were four-handed off maybe five, it was like a different poker player. He just completely changed gear. Big double up, taking on the big stack, doubling up. He just crushed it. It was very interesting watching. It was obviously a pre-planned strategy, but it did look like he was just playing to ladder and would be, I think, we all thought he'd be fifth out, and he ended up winning it. It was a very aggressive fight.
I did read his winner's interview, and he did say that he was purposefully tight at the beginning of the final table, so that does track.
I mean, tight is an understatement. I mean, a real understatement. He folded hands that you just couldn't believe he was folding. That was an interesting table. It's such a beautiful casino. Well, you got to play in it.
The famous purple felt in Morocco.
Did you manage to get to any of the pools there? Were you able to swim there? I presume you were staying somewhere else, not in the resort, or were you staying in the resort?
No, it was 15 degrees all week long. That is 60 degrees for the people watching at home. Yeah, it was not very pleasant weather-wise. Last year I went, and it was 22, 23, 24 degrees and sunny every single day, and it was just beautiful. But yeah, no pools for me this year, unfortunately.
That's a shame.
Also, no cashes. I went 0 for 12. Was my worst week of poker or live poker in quite some time. So glad to be out of Marrakesh and here with you guys today.
You'll be 1 for 1 here. Yeah, that's a tough week. I do remember a Vegas a few years ago, and I was 0 for 14, and I'd never ever not cashed in a tournament on a trip. So it's like, it wasn't just first time not cashing, but 14 tournaments. I was saved by playing Big O cash in the Venetian with American tourists. That saved my bacon. We got an ace-4 suited against ace-9, split pot possibilities there with the pair on board. No help for either player. The ace-9 has already been, I think we're on a split pot at the moment, aren't we? Yeah. So.
Yeah, both these players should be more than happy to check it down. Dorfman might try to bet him off a chop here, but nope, he's going to take the passive line. They'll split it up.
Yep. Not the most exciting. Well, I am on my way in a couple of days' time to Vietnam. Just looking at the weather there, 24 degrees when I'm there Thursday, Friday, with a little bit of rain percentage. That's quite a nice, pleasant weather. 20 to 24. Yeah, that'll do.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPoker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPoker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Vietnam sounds absolutely incredible. I'll be headed to Spain myself.
Okay.
I'll be in and out of Spain for the next couple of months, and I'll be seeing you in Seville.
That's right. I'll be in Seville, all booked up. When is that? March. Yeah, end of March. So looking forward to that.
I
19th to the 22nd.
Booked it a couple days ago.
I booked the hotel right near the casino. There's some lovely places in the old town, but I've got a car. I'm hiring a car from Malaga Airport to do the drive up to Seville. It's a lovely drive. And I just thought you can't really get a property in the city town, with a car. It's quite tricky to park. So I've got a hotel with a pool if it's nice enough weather, just within 10 minutes walk of the Admiral Casino. That's the Party Poker Tour in conjunction with the PLO Masters that we had here at Banco last week. And talking of last week, coming up here at Banco is an incredible run of very, very high value tournaments. I'm sure as we go, we will see some of the banners that come up, but we go from this to one of the biggest weeks of the year, the Winter Polish Poker Cup. And it's the first time that the main event will be a mystery bounty with a guaranteed 25,000 top bounty. Imagine pulling that one from a 170 euro entry. Sorry, 150 euro entry. That's a very exciting event coming up in February. And then I'm going to miss the festival. I'll be in Asia still, which is very sad for me. I love the festival here at Bratislava. We only just had it in November, but this year it's coming in early. And then the very, very popular Norges Mesterskapet, the Norwegian. I'll be playing one day of that. I'll be literally flying in from Italy, playing one day, a big bet mix. So basically 5 tournaments that demand lots of money going in, lots of chips flying. It's a really good week. All the Norwegians and Scandies come down, lots of mixed events. The Poker North Masters, it's called in English. And then the Slovak Poker Open, which is one of Banco's own tournaments in April. So a really big mix, 2 a month, coming in February, March, and April. We've got a raise here to 2 million with the King Queen offsuit. And we've got the same hand behind. How will Mr. Dorfman play it, though, on the button? Good squeezing opportunity.
I think he should flat. If he was in the cutoff, I would recommend a raise here. To close the action on the button. You know you're going to be in position. Yeah, he puts in a call.
Yeah, makes sense. I hope Mr. Stojanovic doesn't get too attached to his King 10 suited. Look, it's a very pretty hand, but he's up against 2 overs.
I reckon he should squeeze this hand. I like a squeeze myself.
Yeah, if he's got
a hand like
minerals.
A hand like, yep. Oh, he does let it go. Yeah, hand like King Queen off.
I don't mind the fold either. Don't mind the fold either. Fold or raise, I think, would be the options there. Big player behind him, and that's the issue we had there. Player, is he really considering 9-6 offsuit?
Maybe for the meme. Yeah, here we go. Why not?
That's Miles. Not a great flop for anyone. King Queen will certainly want to see another card, but Dorfman in position on the button. That's a good card for
Well, this
both
could get
players.
interesting.
Yeah, they both got the same hand. It's always interesting how players play it. I think we'll lose Moa's Tenenbaum quite quickly. Been check round 2 FM on the button.
I do like this check from Carmen here. I don't know if the Hungarian is thinking about a check raise, really put a lot of pressure on Dorfman, or if he's just flat behind. So interesting to see how Carmen's going to approach this.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, he's quite a strong player. You know, he doesn't just... It favours calling rather than folding, if in doubt. Can any bet
Dorfman
take
feels
him off?
like 2 bullets. Yeah.
I'm seeing another bullet come in on the river. I'm pretty sure he's going to get called.
Like very small. I do like the small bet size though. I would have liked to see about 4 or 5 million, but yeah, he wanted a bet that would, you know, get stuff like maybe Queen 9 and Ace 10 to call. But yeah, they got the same.
Yeah,
hand.
exactly.
Chop it up, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking to get value out of his King Queen. He was pretty sure he was ahead, and he was. New dealer coming in.
Ever pull a mystery bounty, JJ? And if you have, what's your biggest one?
Say that again. What's my
biggest mystery bounty you've ever pulled?
I very rarely play it because I just really focus on Omaha and mixed games nowadays. So I'm trying to think. Oh, okay. Well, so in London, I played the Party Poker Invitational with all their pros and their ambassadors, and a couple of big names on top. So we had 2 tables. And I ended up 3rd in that, and I actually won 3 bounties. And I won 20 cents. I won $2 tournament entry.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you real quick here.
Oh wow!
We've got an
open
from pocket queens
pot.
and a jam from jacks.
We are going to see a call.
This is
and Resco is at risk.
Scenario for Resco, yeah. Can't really blame him. He is one of the shorter stacks on the table. You wake up with jacks. You expect this to just, you know, fold around most of the time. Unfortunately, he's got the worst of it.
I don't think there's anything but a call here. He's getting a count. Just give him a bit of time to think. But you can't fold queens when the blinds are between 14 and 30. It's just not plus EV to be raised folding queens. And if you're unlucky enough to...
Yeah, certainly not as one of the lower stacks. You could imagine if this was a big stack on big stack confrontation, yes, but in this case. So here we go.
Jacks looking resigned. Mr. Resco, one of our Czech players. Alexander in seat 4 is at risk. Big pot though, 36 million. And he's got a draw. The queen actually helps
He's
him
actually,
here.
yeah, I was
Ironically,
gonna say he's picked up some outs.
it's Jack's live and the 10 is live. And that's it. And full house on the end for seat 1. And we lose our first player, our 9th place finisher, Mr. Resco, and he picks up a very useful 5,275. So that is 26 times the buy-in. Not bad at all.
Yeah, huge pot for him to win
Seat
there.
1.
I believe that in seat 1, I believe that vaults him into the chip lead.
I think it will, because there were 36 in the pot and he had about 5 behind, so he should be on about 40 now. There you go, 38
There it
million
is.
into first place. Thank you, guys. And a new leaderboard, even tighter than our opening one, 38 to 18 big blinds. Tenenbaum is now our short stack, but 18 big blinds is more than playable.
€1,500 ladder, that.
Yeah, unusually, because it's quite a big prize pool, this one. Each ladder is actually quite significant. It usually only kicks in about, fifth place onwards, but each ladder here, makes a considerable difference even at the lower levels. So there will be players aware of that. Others will just be playing to win. So yeah, going back to the mystery bounties, I don't really play the many big mystery bounty tournaments, but we had this invitational, and I plucked out the first prize of a 1,000 high roller buy-in for the Party Poker Tour. So that was quite a nice envelope. 3 prizes. I got the 2 lowest and the highest.
My buddy Sid, actually, when we were playing the Party Poker Tour in Burp, he ended up pulling the 1,000 pound high roller ticket in that said event, and he went on to win the high roller for a career high score.
Yeah, Sid, friend of Lapin and Dara. That's Sid. Mixed games, Sid, as I call him.
He's a mixed games guy, exactly.
Yeah, I really like him. Get on well, and I think he's got a great game. I've played a few times with him and get on well. Good player, nice guy. I think I've been on a plane with him as well.
He's a veterinary cardiologist.
Yeah, he's a vet. You get all types of profession in poker.
Everybody getting a piece of this flop, by the way, on the Queen 9-6.
Yeah.
Flush draw and a couple of bottom pairs.
And it was Carmen who did the original raise with the King 6. So King 6 suited. Bottom pair with a good kicker. Not flush draw. And bottom pair with a bad kicker. I think you have to fold that.
I reckon this small bet should just get through completely. I think, yeah, maybe King 6 code is just a quarter pot bet here. Yeah, he's got a backdoor straight draw, but it's not
He's
much
sticky.
hand.
No, okay, he is sticky, Antonino. Yeah. He's not just going to fold for one bet. I don't know what range of hands that's improved. I mean, there is a straight there, but the 7's filled the straight rather than come on the end. And complete.
I would have liked to see. Yeah,
I think it should have been a follow-up bet. Yeah.
Yes, because he did pick up a gut shot straight draw as well. He is going to bet at the end here. I think he's trying to represent a 9 or like some pocket 8s or 10s or something. But
I don't know what he's representing.
Too small to work.
Wow, it worked.
It does get through. Wow. I would have liked to see about 40-50%.
Yeah. It's usually such a weak play to check the turn and bet the river. And because of that, in Omaha, I do that deliberately when I've got the nuts. So I will feign weakness by checking the turn and betting the river. But he was weak, and unfortunately, seat 2, Antonino just didn't feel his 6 was big enough.
Well, the problem is there, even some of the bluffs beat you, and once you start going in that territory, it gets really, really tough to call down something like 4th pair, 5th pair. And yeah, with such a small bet sizing, you kind of feel like it's never a bluff. So sometimes that
Yeah.
actually works in your favor when making a bet that small.
Yeah, it does. And the story kind of checks out, even with the check on the turn. Always tricky playing small players, 8-handed. Hasn't stopped Mr. Dorfman. Efim. Looks more South American, his clothes. Like an Indian tribe or an indigenous Indian tribe.
Yeah,
Or
like an Inca outfit.
Inca, yeah, but some those panpipe players, you know, there's a little panpipe band. Might be in one. King 10 suited on the button. All the options
I don't
available.
think there's any choice here but the flat. But it is 21 big, so he might feel like he's short enough to jam here. And because of his size and Dorf's big stack, he does put massive, massive, massive pressure. Dorfman would have to fold the stuff really high up in his range. But yeah, ends up letting it go. Don't like that option.
Probably see a flat call
I
here.
do understand it.
No one likes ace 2, but it is suited. It is an ace, and he's already invested, so I think it makes sense to be calling here and then reassess on the flop. You almost don't want to hit an ace, though. It's like, could be oh wow, look at that. He's hit his ace, but he's got a 2 kicker. That's your problem with the ace 2. Probably see Efim follow up C bet here, maybe 2.2.
Yeah, this is kind of a hand where pros and Rex get separated. Like pocket 5s is on something like a6-6 is a great hand to start, blasting 2 streets, maybe even 3 streets, and against a hand or range like the big blinds, you're gonna get a lot of weak to middle aces to fold after a couple streets. So I want to see what Dorfman does here. I don't know if he's that good of a player, so we're about to find out.
Don't mind the check there at all. With the ace.
No, it's really hard for your opponent to call on a6-6.
I think the check call, call is the way forward. But he looks like he's getting chips. Got a jack kicker now, so his 2 is defunct, not needed. So I think he now feels confident that his 2 pairs, aces and 6s, with the jack kicker is winning. So he's putting in a good value bet. It's a bet that he wants called. Certainly doesn't want to be raised, but and it might be seen as value for Efim to call.
I don't like a call here at all, because comes a6-6, 2 diamonds, and your big blind calls, and then the 3rd diamond hits. You are simply just not beating anything with 5s. I think that's a very poor attempted bluff catch. The only thing you're really beating is a sticky king queen with like a king of diamonds.
Yeah,
that's
very few hands.
Weird. Very
could have made a
hand,
strong raise. Might have won it. Strong raise could have taken it down. I mean, it's a ballsy move, but it's better than flat calling there. I agree.
Yeah, I would have rather seen him triple off than for him to check turn, call river with something as little as fives. But yeah, everyone's got their own style, and he's made it to back final tables in the last couple weeks. So yeah, his style's clearly been working for him, and I don't think he's going to question it.
And he's also got the Inca tribe praying for him in the background. This time he's got the medium suited ace. Tricky spot for threes here. I think at this point in the tournament, I favour the fold, but yeah, he's folding. There's too many players behind him. Won't know where he is unless he hits a 3 on the flop.
Yeah, not only that, ICM pressure is very high with the stack so close. Like, you're supposed to be knitting up quite significantly and not really flatting too much behind unless you're on the button or in a big blind. So, yeah, even if you had something like 7s, 8s, maybe even 9s, I think you have to start folding just because of the ICM implications.
Yeah, fair point.
Always nice to raise it, take it right after you've lost a pot, get some of those chips back. So that'll feel good.
He only picked up the blinds though, so it's fairly meaningless in the scheme of things. But yeah, it'll just give him a bit more confidence, bit of a pat on the back. And here are the banners coming up. This one, the Norwegian Championships. Very popular last year, that one. And a lot of players will be coming back. When a beer is 15 euros in your own country and you can go somewhere where it's 2 euros, you do the math.
Say €2 beer. Might have to get some of that on break.
Yeah. Bratislava. In fact, the restaurant right next to the Crown Plaza, next to the casino, they brew their own beer. Got really good choices of light beers, dark beers, fruit beers. Very nice. And if you come to the Slovak Open in, when is that, April, and I think June, we've got the Banco Masters. If you look me up, find me, tell me you're going, I'll be able to get you a very good deal indeed. So newly found chips are being put to use. The blinds have gone up to 600, 1.2. Everyone adjusting their raises accordingly. It's a big raise though, 3.2.
Yeah, I understand it, but I don't like it. You're kind of telegraphing to the table when you make a raise in that 2.5 big blind, 2.6 big blind that, hey, I've got a hand I'm not really comfortable with post flop. Please don't raise me. It's generally in that range of 7s, 8s, 9s, ace 10, cutoff, ace jack. At a €200 final table, generally people aren't going to really pick that up. But once you start playing with the big boys, yeah, you're going to get raised very often by somebody that might just have queen, king, and ace kind of blocker style, kind of 3-bet. So always tell my players, and my students to, keep their raise sizes really similar, unless the specific situation calls for something different, but it rarely does.
Yeah, I agree. If you start varying it, you just give away that extra bit of information about your hand. I mean, you can be clever and do it deliberately and reverse it and all the rest of it, but if you're used to doing min raise or min plus a bit, min and a quarter, then just do that. Because it doesn't matter whether you've got kings or you've got 6-4 suited, you are not giving away any extra information. So here, I think this is just a min raise. So he's raised less with the king queen than he did with the sevens. He's giving some information away here.
Yeah, and with the stacks being so small around the whole entire table, every open raise, unless you're from the small blind, should be in that 2 to 2.1, 2.2 big blind kind of size. There's absolutely no reason for players to start, going higher than that, because two bigs might as well be the same as 2.5. You're just gonna lose more in the long run. Do we have a funky 3-bet here?
We have a very funky 3-bet.
3-bet with the 8-6 off. Now
you questioned his play, but I like this.
So I think Carmen is reading into the varied sizes. I think what Carmen thinks in his mind is he's bet less this time, so he's got a weaker hand. But in this case,
wow, what a flop!
Not, and
what a flop for King Queen.
Carmen is gonna keep betting, but this is one of the absolute worst hands he could be up against, as far as
everything.
Yeah, he's got the whole world here. Nut flush draw, gut shot, 2 overs the second pair. And amazingly, Carmen still has 38% equity with his bottom pair. But Strual should be check raising this flop all day. Now, with being at a final table with ICM involved, with a battle between 2 big stacks, I could see him flatting here for sure. But if there's ever a time you want to be putting pressure on your opponent, it is with a hand like this.
I think a flat is a little bit inexperienced there. I thought he had checked to check raise, which I think would have been the right play. He's now moved ahead. He got so many cards to hit though on that flop, and you need to pot build. You need to get the value in to, you've got gin cards. I think Carmen may slow down here. It's a bad card for him. A lot of hands made with another flush draw. As he feels he can get.
It's a good card for his range, though.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
and he might just take that to his advantage and try to put a lot of pressure on.
He is.
It doesn't look like it's that big of a bet, however. 7.5
7.5. It's fairly big bet.
About a third pot. There's already a pretty big pot growing. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, just a call now that he's picked up a king as well. And let's see if Carmen decides to shut it down on the river. Now with 2 missed flush draws, this looks like a card he might decide to unload the clip. Nope, he gives up. And Stro is going to take a massive pot and go way out in front.
And he's going to fold his hands so no one can see what he 3-bet with.
That's one of those with the 8-6. I think if that's normal tournament play, I think he goes and unloads the chamber. But because there's so many shorter stacks at the table, And there's so much money at stake. He's got to know when to give up. He can't just, he could be running into the nuts there. So I don't mind the give up whatsoever. And yeah, he's still got plenty of chips to play with. So yeah, he led with his read on the flop. He's had a nice little king that hit his range a lot on the turn, but once you get to the river and your opponent's shown that much resistance, sometimes you just got to wave the white flag. And yeah, seat 1 is now our massive chip leader.
Yeah, it really is. Stretched out in front.
All the more impressive that he's our chip leader by a long shot when he came into the table as our short stack.
He was, yeah. 13-7. So he's doubled up pretty well twice. Doubled up and then another. Yeah, no, he has doubled up twice in terms of the amount he's got. Very good.
Yeah, the old 2x raise from the small blind. Gonna work this time. His opponent's got dog trash, so score 1 for the Incas. All right, a little queen jack suited from +2 for the Hungarian. Moravsky finds a call with queen jack off in the hijack. I don't like that at all. This is a hand where it's got to just hit the muck, especially when the player opening is sub 20 big. They're gonna be able to get all in a lot of the time, before the river. Just not advisable. Yeah, and queen jack off is a pretty weak hand to begin with. And we see
Tenenbaum has followed suit. I'd have liked to at least think about a play there. He had the perfect amount to shove and get 2 folds, even though he only has ace-8. And, well, I suppose it's as good a flop for the ace-8 as possible. They won't feel that. First aggressor to bet may take this down.
Yeah, with the ace-8, it depends on, what you think your opponent's flatting ranges are. But players in the hijack, generally at a final table, should really only be flatting, so some suited ace-x, but then a lot of the suited broadways. But it's mostly going to be pairs, stuff like 8s and 9s and whatnot. So, depending on his experience level, he might be afraid of, what's underneath the bed, so to speak. the monsters under the bed. But here we've got Carmen finding a flush draw. Still got 2 overs. Gonna put a small bet in, and this should get the job done.
I think it's the right play there to lead when everyone's showing weakness. No one's interested in the pair. Oh, Mr. Tenenbaum is being sticky. Is he raising? Or is he just
I don't think raising does anything whatsoever. He might feel that his ace-8 is good, but no, he does let it go eventually, and Carmen's gonna chip back up to 28 million, which is about 23 big blinds at this stage.
Thank you, sir. Most welcome.
And here we can see Straw's got twice as many chips as his nearest opponent. Everybody else between 12 and 24 bigs. Straw is in a really good position to put his foot on the gas right now, if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, you're right. Put pressure on those mid stacks, max pressure, and you're going to pick up a lot of pots because none of them want to finish 8th or 7th, not when there's bigger money up top. This is exactly the right kind of hand.
Yeah, it also helps when you do get legitimate hands to open as well.
Yep. I like an open with Queen 10 suited here for the... Is it a call? I don't like that.
This is unbelievably strange right here. I mean, if I was Straw, I would be opening very wide with hands like A6 off, you know, King 7 suited, King 6 suited, King 4 suited. It's just a really good spot to, you know, put pressure on your opponents the whole time and, yeah, take down the blinds time after time. So there is absolutely no reason for a chip leader at a final table to ever put in a limp. There is just none.
There's only one hand you might do it with, and that's aces. And that's it. And that depends on your position. Yeah, I agree. It's a funny... And he's opened the door for Moldavsky, Ukrainian, to come in, make the raise. So now, 2 to the flop. 9 million already there. Substantial pot already. Ace 9 7. Good flop for our raiser. And not a good flop for a caller.
Yeah, this just has to find the muck. I mean, he picks up absolutely nothing other than backdoor straight draw, and yeah, anything else would be a pretty big mistake. And yeah, he does find the fold. But yeah, that's just a missed opportunity because, you know, a stack like the Ukrainians there, the guy from Ukraine's second in chips with 20 bigs right now, 24 bigs, and yeah, even with a hand like Ace Jack off, yeah, the original raiser, if he opens, that's already putting massive pressure because you really don't want to drop down from second to eighth. You don't want to be putting chips in the middle. So I wouldn't have been surprised if he had folded that pre-flop. Genuinely missed opportunity with the Queen 10 suited to just open and try to take it down.
Yeah. Fully agree, young man. Fully agree. We need to find something to argue over.
Yeah, that, you know, we
hand.
do like a lot of the same things, though. That's the problem. We like our great food. We like our drink. We love mixed games. You know,
I
we
have
love
not touched
traveling
your
the world.
girlfriend. I promise. The rumors are just that. They are rumors.
Unsubstantiated as of now.
Unsubstantiated. Yes, but do you like making AI promo videos? That's the question.
I am very anti-AI, so
Did
I do
you
not.
see my recent one? I don't know whether I sent it to you.
You did send it right to me, and you know what? For your purposes, it does work. But
No, it's meant
I
to be
shall
a bit
not
of
be
fun.
using. Yeah, I will not be using performative AI anytime in the near future myself.
So the AI kind of wrote a song, and then it got applied to the video, and it come in my voice, my inverted commas. But the actual song that the AI wrote, that I did adapt some of the lyrics, is really good. I mean, and I have another friend, a PLO player in London, and he's making these. He's kind of writing. He's using his lyrics, but then using AI to turn it into a song with a bit of a kind of album cover look and feel to it. And they're actually pretty damn good. And you kind of go, what's going to happen to the artist if this at this point can be really quite impressive with what it produces. I'll send you the song because I just think I'm so impressed with it. I mean, I may be being over impressed with it, but I don't think so. I think it's pretty impressive. It's taken all the key information and done some pretty positive stuff with it.
Yeah, Stoyanovich with the Queen Jack suited here. Yeah, that's the great debate. I went to an art school myself, so yeah, I'm very pro, art out there in the world. Pay the musicians, pay the people to design, album covers and make your art instead of, generating it. But, we see ace 8 off with 15 bigs, button against hijack. This could be a shove. But yeah, I think this will be one of society's debates for quite a long time, just how far we want AI to go. But for silly songs like yours, I'm just okay with it. I don't think anybody's going to I don't think you're going to be paying anybody to promote the PLO Masters with a jingle anytime soon. I could be wrong, but I don't think
I'm not
Harry
putting
Connick
real
Jr.'s
money into it, and it's not. It's not taken any artist's job away. Let me put it that way. In fact, the opposite.
That's what I'm saying. Harry
Yeah,
Connick's not losing out on a couple $100,000
he isn't.
here.
No. In fact, the one I've sent you kind of could be Harry Connick. It's a different version, but if you actually listen to the lyrics, they're so clever, and it's like what? And I only added about 10% to it. It was already done before I did a small edit on it. It's very clever. Although
We've got
the
some
guy
suited
who
domination
wrote it,
at the table, by the way. We've got an interesting hand potentially brewing, especially if a 10 smacks the river here, or the turn. Yeah, standard C-bet here. It does get, oh
there
my,
it
and
is.
here it is. Here
Two
it is.
pairs
Straight
playing the
V2
straight.
pair. Now, the 10 of hearts could save this pot from getting out of hand. But this is looking really good for Stoyanovich here. And this is a lead from the big blind. I would anticipate a raise. Yeah, he just decides to make the call. Maybe afraid of hearts. This will be an interesting river. Oh, and that is going to save Carmen a whole lot of chips. That is as action killing of a card as he could ask for. And he's disappointed now, but when he sees Stojanovich's holdings, he's going to breathe a heavy sigh of relief.
Check.
And that heart will or may stop him putting more chips in. He's looking a little bit suspicious at the Hungarian. Yeah, and he does check behind. He wins the pot, but it wouldn't have been any real value, I think, betting there. If you get raised on that, you're in, where do you go? All you've got's the straight. So both players there picking up some nice draws, and one of them taking down a nice pot in seat 6.
Only one hat at the table today. Couple of hoods. Most of these guys are enjoying the fresh air, though.
It was very icy last week, just coming into the weekend. So when I arrived on the Friday morning, it was very snowy and icy. In fact, a couple of days previously, one of the Bratislava planes was diverted to Budapest, which had a friend of mine on it. And it took him a long time to get to Bratislava. But it started to get really quite nice at the weekend, and I think this week has improved all the week. My friend Jose Casillas, he of the Martin Cabral comment fame, came down to Banco and played a bit with me, and we had a lovely Mexican meal. And he was surprised how good the Mexican restaurant in Bratislava is, being a full-blooded Mexican himself. Had another success at the WSOP in Rosvadov. Came second for 100 grand in their main event. Very, very good player. And the ace-jack by our chip leader takes it down unopposed.
See, we've got one hat, 2 hoods, only 1 t-shirt, a lot of long sleeves, couple rolled up hoodies. I've got the hoodie going myself. Hood down.
Good for you. I'm actually doing this completely naked.
Yeah,
On
we are in
Recaro
separate
seat.
rooms. Yeah, thank God for that.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I don't want to frighten the birds.
Don't want to frighten our listeners either.
No, just the image alone. That's probably enough. What I did note, there were a lot of French players playing over the week at Marrakesh, and I think you'd have seen them as you were playing there as well. And I did notice just how well dressed quite a few of them were. And they had this, just like seat 2 here, our Hungarian friend, they had these kind of wonderful jumpers around their necks. And the word insouciance came to me, very kind of casual, relaxed, smart. Very, just a level up in terms of dress sense than we get at a lot of poker tables.
The French do like to, the French players especially like to embrace that smart, casual,
Yeah.
as the
Oh,
Italians do as well.
they do. Yeah.
I prefer going into my poker tournaments looking like I've been on a bender the night before, personally.
Well, that's not hard for you because that's kind of your natural look.
Exactly. You get it. We've
Yeah.
got a little
And
ace
you
deuce
play
and
up to it.
10-9.
You play up to it. Yeah.
Well, they
I
gotta
often have a
think
bot.
I'm not paying that much attention, and I think I could generate a few points of EV that way.
Yeah. I tend to have a bottle of wine next to me. Not necessarily for show. It's because I like drinking wine. But people make assumptions.
Wine is great. Got a little open-ended straight draw against a couple of ducks here. I don't think any more money's gonna get put into this pot. Bender might see
Might be a
this as
bet
an
now.
opportunity to bet with his naked open-ender. He's the only one that can realistically represent a flush at this point. He may try to take advantage of that with his extra equity, and it looks like he is. This is going to be a really hard hand for Carmen to call.
Yeah, it is. He has no draw and just a pair of twos. What is he beating? And I think seat 5, first hand he's played, and I believe he raised pre-flop as well. So it's the first, first hand he's played in anger, but he's going nowhere. He's
Carmen
sticky.
did open. Yeah, Carmen opened from the
open.
button. Einbender defended from his big blind. And yeah, Einbender does pick up a second pair at the end. That will make him feel much, much better. This is, he could go either way with this. I think he should check call this off.
Yeah,
He's
I think
got
check
a
call
9
is
a
the
really
check call is the
nine's
optimum.
a really good. Nine's a good card to have. You're blocking, the nuts straight here.
Yep.
And yeah, you shouldn't really be afraid of anything. A lot of the time, Carmen's gonna have a lot of those one diamond hands that need to bluff the river. That like a king jack with a king of diamonds. But in this case, Carmen actually does have a pair of ducks. And it goes check, check, and Einbender will take this pot down.
Yeah, I think check call was the right play there if he was facing a bet.
Poker North Masters 300k guarantee for a 400 euro buy-in. That is some great value there. I gotta admit that. That sounds.
I think that may
right
be
up
over
my alley.
the whole week, though. I'm not sure that's the main event guarantee. I'd have to have a look. I'm not sure that's one event.
Under the gun, second in chips, just binning the ace-8 suited, 8-handed. Don't like that too much, especially when the big chip leader is not getting out of line. When the chip leader is not taken of the fact that they are the chip leader, you as the second place in chips guy can start acting like the chip leader. So folding a hand as strong as ace-8 under the gun, not good. But it looks like it will work out for him this time, as the Hungarian off about 12.5 bigs has picked up the aces. Just raise. Beautiful. Love it. No need
Been
to
in a lot of
jam.
pots. Been in a lot of pots. which may favour him
And that's
to
where
get called.
you know when you're aggressive, that's when you end up getting paid with these kind of hands. In Dorfman's case, I'm surprised he's not jamming. Big blind versus cutoff 12 effective. That would usually be a good jam. In this case, he does get saved.
Backdoor straight and backdoor diamonds for Mr. Dorfman, but although it is suited and connected, the aces are going to follow
I like
up with a c-bet.
I like a one big blind, a 1.5 big blind size here, and he goes with 3 bigs. All right. Yeah, this is way too much. He's basically saying, I'm going to put it in
Yeah, it was too much to
regardless
get
if you
value.
want to jam.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's just too big. You want to be a little conspicuous there. Get the hands like the A7 with double backdoors to come along for another street. Maybe pick up a little more equity. Top pair is going to jam on you anyway. So really don't like his bet sizing there. But he does take it down and he lives to fight another day. A lot of movement between hands by these guys. I think that's because they're not allowed their cell phones at the table.
yeah. I mean, it's a fair enough rule to not allow phones at the table.
King 9 suited here off 12 bigs. I would like to. This is one for me that qualifies as bottom of range. He should be going 2 bigs with top of range and bottom of range and shoving everything else in the middle. I'd like to see a 2 big open and then fold to a raise. And yep, this is exactly what he's doing. Love this.
Yeah. And then he'd have to reassess if he gets shoved on.
And yeah, those 10 to 12 big, 2 big blind opens are really important to have. Well, looks like we got the same exact hand here. Yeah.
Same.
What? Yeah, whenever you have
Same, but red.
10,
Yeah.
whenever you're opening to 2 bigs off like a 10 to 12 big blind stack, a lot of opponents are gonna fear you're always at the top of the range, which is why you need to have hands like, King Jack offsuit, King 9 suited, maybe a Queen 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, all in there as min range opens, Ace 10 off to balance it out. But it just prints. You get so many people overfolding. And a tiny c-bet from Tenenbaum should break this deadlock here. Oh, this is a shocking check. Oh, wait, no, he has not checked. All right, our graphics team got a little ahead of themselves. Just 1 big, 1.5 bigs. Put it in there. Win the pot. Go on to the next hand. Well done.
Yeah.
Well
Nice
played.
play there. Good pot control as well, demonstrated by Mr. Tenenbaum. Vashik with a potential raising hand, but absolutely in the wrong position for these kind of ace 4 to ace 8. Although I do prefer the ace 4 than the ace 8, but you just have to let it go. Well, this is good. Our chip leader is making a play.
Oh, he's limping again, which I really don't like. I would rather see
I didn't realize
like
that.
10-6 suited. When you're a big chips leader like this, you've got just so much leeway to just open so wide. I would much rather see him opening, super wide, 2.6 big or 2.6 million, 2.7 million, than to see him limping. I think he needs to
We're
phone
going
a
to see a
friend on
raise
break.
now.
Yeah, he needs to phone a friend, and that friend needs to tell him to quit with this limping as the chip leader. He's just doing nothing but causing himself some self-harm right now. And I'm Binder with the Jacks is going to pop it up. I'd like to see him go to 3 million, 3.2 million against this limp. Let's see what he decides on. Yeah, it looks like he's going way bigger than that. It looks like 4.2, 4.7, 4.2.
Yeah, no, I think that's a reasonably weighted amount.
Yeah, when you're in a normal tournament stage, not at a final table, 3.5x over a limp is very recommended. But your raise sizes in 3-bets should be smaller at a final table, especially when everybody is so relatively short stacked. It's
Okay,
just
fair.
it keeps your game longer. You want to get called by stuff like this, the 10-6 suited, but I don't think you should be limping that in the first place. What are you going to do when you get raised? Inevitably, just nothing.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPoker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPoker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPoker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Yeah, in poker, it's just always better to take the aggressive route when in doubt. I think he's got the right idea in his head that he should be playing more hands. He's just not executing it correctly.
Good job that hand was over before the ad flew in.
We're professionals here.
Don't have a choice. So we do have Muravsky, Ukrainian, raising with the Queen 10. No opposition so far. Might be some now.
Yeah, consider this hand line for the monster himself. Nothing to do here. 12 and a half bigs behind. Get it in and hope you're up against jacks, but unfortunately it is a hand that will find the muck.
Yeah. Yeah, there it goes.
$250K main event mystery bounty, 25K guaranteed top prize for only €150 buy-in.
Yeah,
That
that
is
will
some
attract
great value,
even more.
JJ.
Well, these Polish ones have been getting record upon record in the last year. The summer one hit his absolute. I think it was 500,000 guaranteed, and reached something like 980. Had 7,500 entrants at €150. So you can do the maths on that one. It was incredible. Obviously, some of that are tournament fees, but something like €130 going into the prize pool times 7,500, nearly $1 million. This time, though, previous raiser has got a stronger hand, stronger holding. We should see a similar raise.
Yeah, he went 3 million last time, which I was not a fan of. No point for that in that. Going back to the standard 2.4 here. He's got pocket tens. When you're at a final table like this, it's almost bad to get a hand like pocket tens, because as soon as you get raised, you're just in a terrible spot given all the ICM implications. You're either gonna 4-bet jam, take the pot down, or you're gonna get called and almost certainly be in a bad spot. Fortunately, looks like he's gonna be pretty safe. That ace-8 in the small blind off 12 bigs, that could have definitely been in there against the cutoff open. Bit surprised that it's not, but taking the safe route here.
You've seen ace-8 folding a few times now.
I think I'm too aggressive. I would have taken that spot for sure as a short stack.
I think 8-handed, certainly the book says not to get busy with ace-8. I think I would agree. I don't like it at the best of times. I just, you hit your ace, you still don't know where you are. It's not a hand. I'm much more confident playing two low suited connectors, and I'd be much happier raising or calling with it as well. You just know where you are. Why make poker more complicated? It's already a complex game. You don't need to set yourself even harder barriers. Moravsky has been very active, made a lot of raises, a couple of dubious hands like Queen 10 offsuit. Made one earlier, didn't he, with a very strange holding. But here he has the pair. He's under the gun. I don't mind a raise under the gun with a pair, because you are repping, an ace queen and an ace jack, but you still have a pair in front depending on what opposition you find. I don't like it in kind of mid position very much.
Yeah, pocket fives for me, a little over 20 bigs deep under the gun when the stacks are so close. I would rather see him start opening sevens or eights as the bottom of his range instead of fives.
Yeah,
but
that's a valid
given how
point.
tight, the table's been pretty tight. So when you have such a tight table, you can open like a pip, 2 pips wider sometimes. Now, I don't like this call at all from the ace-10. I think this just needs to find the muck. I would rather see a raise. This is the worst option of the 3 for me. But in this particular case, he is just going to be flipping pre. Oftentimes, you're just going to be, super dominated. A 10 rolls off, an ace rolls off. You just have no idea where you stand. And it's a pretty overrated hand in general, the ace-10. It's my least favorite hand in all of poker, as we see the ace roll off, of course.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of that ace-10, isn't it? I think Tenenbaum is happy enough to see the ace. Wow. Very small bet and a call with the fives.
Yeah, he does have backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw. The second ace does come in.
To the backdoor house.
I would, yeah, a backdoor house indeed.
And very thin.
Might have preferred a raise from the pocket fives, a check raise on the flop, because you can represent all the bigger aces, and you've got the double backdoor equity. But now, after
Tenenbaum likes a small bet,
yeah,
doesn't he? And
yeah, and
it's working for him on this hand. It's paying him off at the moment. He's getting called
I
on
am
both
curious if
streets.
Murovsky is putting him solely on a flush draw here. Or if he's got plans to jam on the
Yeah,
river,
maybe planning ahead.
because he can represent all the bigger aces here and put Tenenbaum in a very odd spot. See, Tenenbaum very hesitant to put out a third barrel here with the 10 kicker. Yep, he does check it down. I think that is, as played, the right thing to do here.
He really didn't put him on an ace there, did he?
I don't think he did.
And quite a useful pot to pick up there for Mr. Tenenbaum, one of our Israeli players on this final table.
I reckon the blind should be going up very soon, and I think once we get to our next blind level, there will be some real carnage, as the players are already playing pretty shallow. Most of the players on somewhere between 15 to 25 big, so when we get to our next blind level, there could be quite a number of all-ins.
Yeah, it's really going to start to squeeze, isn't it? And
we've got a camera down.
We have a camera down. And
Yeah, and a
few
couple
players
laughs from the players.
laughing.
Yeah.
I don't think our TV crew are going to be laughing. I hope it's not damaged. But they're carrying on.
This is a hand that I want to see him raise for sure. I believe the players might be headed on break. Not sure, but they all have left. Yeah, good raise here. Don't like the sizing at all, but yep, it
Just
is
a bit
going
small,
to work.
but we are going on a 20-minute break, guys. We will see you very soon here at Banco Casino.
set. 1 million, 1.5, 1.5. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, we are back, and as you can see, the chip leader now is only down to 36 bigs. Everything is tight to 1.5 million chip big blind, and Mr. Dorfman from Romania has picked up pocket jacks under the gun, and he should just be min raising here. This is a very large jam with the jacks. This is about 16, nearly 17 big blinds. Really shouldn't have any jams of that size from under the gun. We'll see what the action is behind him.
Good morning.
Big push all in with the jacks.
Looking safe for now, and this is going to get through.
Blinds have gone up, of course. So people need to start adjusting their range betting and their decisions around making a standard raise or pushing.
Yeah, generally this
Welcome back, everyone.
It should be, yeah, almost exclusively 2x opens. Even 2.1, 2.2, unless you're the chip leader, is just kind of unnecessary, because you're not going to get fought against unless somebody's actually got a hand at this stage or wants to put in a cheeky bluff. But we've yet to see, aside from the 8-6 off, anybody really 3-bet bluffing here.
I've also avoided the pattern that you often get on these final tables where everyone makes the same size raise. So if it's a 2x, it's just like every raise is 2x. And here there's been a bit more of a variety, a little more showing your hand.
Yep.
So Jack 9 just makes the push. And he's up against Ace King. He's going to get called.
Here we go. Yeah, this is a good hand to jam. About 11 bigs, 16 million. He does run into it, but yeah, Carmen's gonna be, yeah, when he's gonna be relieved not to be up against something like queens. Ace King too good, regardless of the ICM situation here for half your stack.
Well, he's still going to have 40%, Carmen, on the pre-flop with the Jack 9 suited. And the push is there. I think everyone else has gone out the way.
There it is, exactly 40%, in fact. Well done, JJ. Yeah. Studying, I see.
Done this before, mate. I've played a bit of poker in my time.
And there's the flop.
Did I say 40%? What I meant was 98%. That's what I meant. Wow. Very, very little, and it is game over. Big double up for the man who got his chips in first. That extra 5-10%. And our Israeli friend in seat 5, not happy with his poker life at the moment. Big double up there for the Hungarian.
You knew what was going to come on the floor.
I suppose.
The feeling.
Predict the future. Perfect.
Yeah, at this stage, even those 10 big blind all-ins in theory are worth, those flips are worth 5 figures each in equity. So, yeah, very painful when you get in with ace king. It's such a high equity spot and you don't hit. And here's the chip leader raising with a hand he should be raising with. We love to see it.
Yeah. Min raise, but that's fine. Not quite sure what Mr. Moravsky is thinking about with his 9-5 offsuit. Maybe he likes a Dolly Parton song with a very similar title. I don't think she was thinking of the 9.
He did have the 8-6. Yeah, he had the 8-6 off 3-bet earlier that did not work out for him whatsoever. Maybe he was thinking about something else. And interesting to see if Bender, right after the ace king, decides to tilt jam this for about 13.5 bigs. It's not the worst hand to jam, but it's certainly not the best. I wouldn't jam. I would decide to let this go myself. But after losing a mega pot with the ace king off, he might just be inclined to try to get some chips back really quickly. He is having a good think about it, and yeah, this is the correct laydown. King queen off is certainly getting in there. King 10 off is a very easy fold. King jack off on a 13 big stack on the button is super tricky, but it is the right play. So good for him. Stoyanovich has got to have a nice defend here with the ace 8 off. But yeah, very well disciplined to make that fold, especially right after losing a big pot with ace king. So good play there. And opportunities abound as both players pick up top pair with a pair of threes to go along with it.
Yeah, quite a lot of split pot possibilities here. If any card above an 8 hits the turn or the river, this may go to the aggressor rather than the best hand. Unless a 6 or an 8 pops in on the turn.
Yeah, this is when having the big chip lead matters a lot, because even though you might know that you're up against another ace, even a better ace, and you can bet your way out of this just because of your giant chip stack. Because you'll know that your opponent's defending almost no threes here. They don't have ace king. They don't have ace queen. So you can just, once this queen rolls off, this is just a great chance to start blasting your opponent off a potential chop.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, this is great. I love this. It's just all the pressure's on the big blind here, and I really, really would love to see Straw go all in on this river, regardless of what it is. Deuce of spades is tricky, but, the odds your opponent has runner this is just so small.
Yeah.
Especially in these fields where they're not going to have K. And he does decide to just check it back.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see him jam, but, he does. He didn't run into a 3. And, yeah. Chop it up, boys. He is getting off those limps, Straw, and starting to find those aggressive lines, though. So I like that his play is starting to evolve as this final table rolls on. You can't blame him for checking back on the river,
No.
but it is one of those nuanced spots where if you've been at a final table a bunch, if you know how to apply the pressure as a big stack, you might find a jam there. Straw with another one. +1, the queen-9 suited. No more limps. 3 million. Come on. There we go.
Better. And sensible fold with the 5s in early position.
Remember, Dorfman last final table got a bit wild with his small pairs, so I could definitely see a jam coming here. He's only got
like them, doesn't he?
He's got less than 20 bigs behind, but a call is actually not the worst thing in the world here. It is, in the long run, right there with a fold as far as equity goes, and probably better than a jam. But we do tend to have a lot of fold equity with the 4s here, especially when you know the chip leader should be opening a bit wide. But I do like the flat here a lot. Bit surprised by it, to be honest, after watching him at last final table. Now, Tenenbaum, Tenenbaum defended the 9-6 off in the big blind last time, looking at Jack 7, and he'll defend pretty wide again.
Yeah, he does. Doesn't like being attacked on his big blind. It's a funny emotion, that, to be linked to your big blind. He has picked up a gut shot.
Yeah, second pair for Straw as well.
Second pair. Should see bet this.
Yeah, you should see bet these. You picked up equity and you are the chip leader. You should be taking much more aggressive lines. The borderline checks now become, bets, and the borderline bets now start turning into big bets. So we love this bet here, and for the size he's made it, I'm not sure if Tenenbaum can defend. It's very close, but he does find the call.
It's not a great call. It's a very, very good call.
It's a very, very spicy turn.
He's
picked up the open ender.
He's moved into the up and down territory, but 2 pairs for our chip leader who's going to put max pressure on. I want to see at least a 50% bet here, maybe even a push.
Oh,
yeah, I like that. I like this a lot.
I don't mind it. It does fold out a lot of equity. You do get called by mostly better hands, unfortunately, when you do get called. This is the kind of hand I would rather see him try to milk Tenenbaum for a little bit and not be afraid of that straight completing.
I think there's arguments both ways on that. He's picking up a 20 million pot with relatively low risk, and if he is called, he's still got 2 pairs. And to allow a flush and a straight, but both of them that queen made, allow them to get in cheaply or for nothing, I think would be a mistake. So I think of all the options, I kind of do prefer that one.
Good fold.
I think you lost me there for a second, JJ, but yes, I agree. There are arguments for both ways. Now, Throw, who's opening super wide and has been opening more, now finds a couple of cowboys under the gun
You're
and
going
has
in and out, Blaze. You're going in and out of hearing a little bit. I don't know if your mic is moved, but just hard to hear you some of the time. Kings under the gun. Is he just flat called? Wow.
just a limp, JJ, and it actually might end up working for him.
I think we could see a raise by Mr. Dorfman.
Yeah,
A
15
shove.
bigs. It's probably going in. Yep, 15 bigs.
And Kings
Not
will
much
casually call this bet. And we have a massive pot. Going to be a 50 million pot. I don't think King Jack wants to get involved. No. Not with the stack there. Ace Jack. Whoa. Tenenbaum. Are we going to see a three-way coup?
I reckon he definitely could. This is very close. It's just a limp, which most players would, see as weak, and it's just a cutoff jam. Against cutoff jams solely, he would be in there. He's only got, about 14 big blinds exactly behind. I reckon as one of the short stacks, the Tenenbaum should be in there.
Well,
but obviously we can see the cards.
ICM and laddering, I'm probably not a good choice. I think he has to weigh that
It's
up.
very. Yeah, we can see the cards, and obviously, kings are trapping under the gun. But in a normal situation, the cutoff shoving range here should be very wide. It is pretty close. I believe he is the bottom stack. He does make the fold. And look at this, another suited ace. He says no thank you. And here we go. Most of the aces gone from the deck.
And the trap has been sprung by our chip leader. Beautifully laid trap. And Mr. Obi-Wan Kenobi has fallen right into it. And unless the miracle ace comes, runner straight, runner flush. Not looking too good. And just one ace in the deck.
Yeah, 3 outs now.
And now it is go back to bed, sir.
Got a feel for Dorfman here. He's made 2 of these final tables in a week and is finished in 9th and 8th respectively. Does pick up 6,775 euros for his efforts. Everybody gets a nice ladder to 94.25, and Strual, a massive chip leader, sitting on 62 bigs, nearly 3 times his closest competitor.
Look how close the bottom of the leaderboard is bunched. 4 players between 8 and 14 big blinds. The table's got very noisy. I'm going to have to turn the volume down. My ear. And this time the kings have moved around the table. A shove and seat 3, 18 million all in. We're going to start to see some interesting raises and calls soon. No one's going to necessarily put him on kings. So an ace jack, an ace queen may well call.
Yeah, a hand like king shouldn't be shoving 12 big, so you wouldn't be faulting a hand like, yeah, the ace jack suited, an ace queen, a couple of nines, a couple of tens to flick in the call here. But that's the problem with shoving kings. You really have to just bank on your opponents finding a big hand themselves. And as we know in poker, two big hands very, very rarely collide. So Moravsky is just going to pick up the blinds here, chip back up to 22 million, and on we go.
Small blind.
Stoyanovich picks up the parking lot hand in the hijack. One of
Why
our
is it called the
bigger
parking lot
remaining.
hand?
Oh, it's because you get ace queen, and then you find yourself in the parking lot at the end of the hand.
And it is known as the hand that loses the most money in tournament poker. And the reason is it is a high hand, but you often find that when it's all in, it's up against the ace king or a pair, and it's also
Yes.
a lot of tends to play quite big pots.
Speaking of
So
all-ins, JJ, we're about to have one here with this Vasicek with 9 bigs and the ace-jack on the button against the hijack open. This
I think
is
we
a
are.
slam dunk jam. In my opinion, this would be an incredibly nitty fold. Yeah, it does go all in. And
the waiter just came round and said, "Would you like to go all in, sir?" And he said, "Yes, I think I will."
you know, you do get a couple of extra points of EV when you order a beer when you're short. That's generally my power move. Or you start the 30-minute massage when you have about 6 big blinds. You tell the rest of the table, I don't think I'm going anywhere. And all right,
And he's
Stoyanovich
gonna
will call
look
this
up,
off.
look up and get the bad news.
Everyone else at the table very interested. About a 3,000 euro pay jump for them is involved, and that's a very clean flop. Double backdoor for Vasicek.
And now only a jack.
And it's the ace-jack who sees the parking lot this time around, but our Czech friend will go home with 9,425 euros. That is not terrible for a 200 euro buy-in, I'll tell you that. Nearly a 50x. And we are down to the final 6.
Nearly the same amount as we're paid to do this, isn't it?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, where do you think that rate goes? Right in our pockets.
I know where the rate goes. And there's some people in suits that you don't often see here at Banker. That is where the rate goes.
All three of our Israeli competitors still on the final table against
This is
competitors
an interesting
from
challenge here.
yes.
And 1.5 million.
Einbinder with an interesting one
direction.
here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's six-handed now, so this is basically a low jack shove. He's got 11 bigs. This should be all in.
I
He
think
isn't
so.
the short stack. He's the second shortest stack, but even with ICM involved, this is still a pretty clear jam. I don't see this going any other way. But I do understand his hesitance here.
He has taken his time on nearly every decision, so he's been consistent on that. And that decision is give me the all-in triangle. It's going to take a big hand to call him. It's 2. It would dent a middle stack player a lot. I don't know. I don't think you're going to be going in with 7-5, so please don't waste all of our time. I don't mind people thinking about a hand, but when it's an automatic fold, just fold. Not every hand is a decision. And it's people on a streaming table, they're not used to it. They know their friends and other poker players are watching and they want to emanate strength both on the table and to the cameras. And it gets a little bit frustrating from my point of view, and probably from the other players. It just makes every single hand last an awful lot longer than it needs to. I want to see lots of hands.
Yeah, there's very few benefits to taking your time, unless there's a short stack coming up in the big blind the next hand, and there's about 30 seconds left in the level, and the blinds are about to go up. There's not there's not much strategy that goes into tanking when you're on the final table.
I mean, especially tanking with like 8-3 or whatever. You're never 7-5 offsuit. You're never calling. It's never a consideration. So that's the bit that gets me, not the general someone thinking about their hand. Of course they should. But it seems to be on these feature tables and final tables just so long to make a decision. In a normal basis, you'd have made in about 1-2 seconds. I sounds like I'm just moaning, but it's kind of, I do find it a little frustrating because a lot of players do it.
Yeah, if they're taking the same exact amount of time every hand to blend, their entire range and their entire line of thinking, that's okay as well, I think. Interesting flat out of the small blind off a very short stack, 13 bigs with the Ducks. Straw with the type of stack that can push around 7-7-4, given his opponent only has 11 bigs behind. You can start putting in like a very small bet. Problem is here, Muravsky has shown to be extremely sticky.
Yeah,
remember,
he
called down the 5s earlier. He called down a bottom pair, a couple of streets. So I wouldn't be exactly thrilled to start betting here. We shouldn't be behind very many hands at all here. He's probably got the only pair he doesn't jam with here pre-flop. So yeah, I understand this bet, and it gets through. Nice work. Yeah, the 5 million is actually a really good size. A small bet he can peel, and then and you're kind of confused where you're at. But 5 million, you can say, hey, you know, jammer. It's basically you jam or fold, and you still have enough fold equity where if they jam on you, you just get out of the way. So nice size bet, takes it down, and he's finally doing some chip leader things. I love it.
Under the gun with Queen Jack.
This could go either way, I think. I think Tenenbaum is probably the type of player that's gonna open this. Oh wow, that's a bit surprising given how much he's defending his big blind. I figured that would have been an auto open for that particular hand, but yeah, that's a borderline hand to open anyway, so I don't mind the fold there at all, especially when you have a couple of other stacks that are pretty shorter than you, and you're on 14 bigs yourself. You really want to get those ladders. We're talking 5 figures worth of ladders possible if you just let them go out before you, so good fold in my opinion. Our chip leader here, Chaim Strual. Love this open with the ace blocker. His only recorded cash 4 years ago in an Israeli poker championship held in Bulgaria. He came in 17th out of a 446 entry field for 1,600 euros, making quite a bit more today.
May well be a cash player, though, that doesn't play many tournaments or any tournaments. You just never know. You can get some very experienced cash players that just are there with their mates and decide to play this kind of tournament. So, just don't know on that one, I don't think. Maybe someone in the chat knows him.
Yeah. Little ace deuce offsuit. Tenenbaum doesn't like to fold any big blind, and he's just absolutely crushed on this flop. 4%. Straw has a range C bet on the queen 10-4 rainbow, and this hand should be over pretty quickly. Oh, we get us a pretty shocking check there. I don't think Tenenbaum's gonna be finding a bet on this board, though.
No, I think the door is well and truly closed.
Yeah, third pot here. Gonna get it through. Semi-bluffing with the best hand. And Straw up over 100 million chips.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPoker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPoker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
I suspect Straw is up to roughly half the chips on the table. Can he close this out?
2 quick folds, ace 8 and ace 5 suited, which is quite surprising. Didn't even consider it.
Yeah, the ICM is really showing now with these giant ladders and really how tight the bottom of the pack is right now. You're going to start seeing some nitty folds. I think this is too good. 9 bigs, small blind
It's
against
going in.
big blind.
Should be going in.
Absolutely. This is like the nuts in the small blind, and yeah, gonna take these blinds down.
That fell quite nicely for Mr. Tenenbaum. He of the Royal Tenenbaums.
Pretty big cast, the Royal Tenenbaum.
He's had big cashes.
I was saying the Royal Tenenbaums has a pretty big cast. The movie.
Yeah, it really does.
Danny Glover, Gene Hackman, Angelica Houston, Bill Murray, Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, both Wilson brothers, yeah. Luke and Owen. Yeah, really good cast.
Which one's the one with the nose? Owen.
That is definitely Owen Wilson, yes.
Yeah.
Terrible thing for you to just be known for your nose rather than your actual profession, isn't it?
Well, you know, I'm known for something I can't really mention here, but you know, that's life. Just got to live with it. I'm known for my
we can't be getting another
appendage.
YouTube strike, can we?
my very large appendage, and by that I mean my stomach, of course. So quite well known for that. Yeah.
Chip leader with ace jack off in the small blind.
Yes, please.
Yes, not sure how much. Yeah.
4.
What is our Hungarian friend sitting on? He's got 28 million, so about 20 bigs, and yeah, 4 million. Great size there from the small blind. He should be doing that.
It's actually 2.5 million. So it was a fairly standard race.
Gets the job done. Not a very chatty table tonight. All business.
Yeah, very quiet. Lots of somber, sober faces.
Like a lot of hairlines trying to run away.
It's partly due to it being on a Monday night, and just the atmosphere of the casino, you know, from a Saturday and a Sunday just drops off so much because people tend to fly back on their Sunday nights or Monday mornings. So it does really drop off the atmosphere here.
For sure, and you're playing a lot of poker in a short amount of time as well.
Yep.
And Tenenbaum's
but it allows for the focus. He is. I think he's just raised, actually. 3 million.
Oh, and here we go.
He's raised, and he may or may
really,
not call.
I think
this,
Tenenbaum
103 million.
really had a hand to just go in with. But
it's a good job he just raised.
I think he's raising the call off. Straw, chip leading, being dealt ace king, dominating. Does life really get much better than this?
We'll discuss that if and when he wins the 67,000 up top. That's a heck of a result from a 200 buy-in.
Dominating his suits as well, JJ.
Wow, yeah, look at that. I think he may fold, you know. It's not an automatic call. I hate calling off any hand with king queen. I really do. It just you're never winning when someone's 3-bet you. You're just never winning. And even if the king and queen were live and he's got like ace jack or ace 10 suited, you're still not winning. I mean, it's like you've got to hit exactly your cards, or card in this case. Now, this is one of the worst scenarios where you're up against the ace king, but you can be up against ace 10, ace 9, and they've still got an overcard.
Yeah, in these small fields, you really have to, really judge your opponents. Are they bluffing enough? Are they bluffing at all? If they're not bluffing at all, then yeah, you can start opening these king queen off hands instead of jamming on them. But I still, king queen off. I really think Tenenbaum should be jamming 12 bigs from the cutoff. For me, it's a no-brainer. He does, if he's an active opponent as a chip leader who's 3-betting stuff like king 9 suited, king jack off, king 10 suited, he looks ridiculous when he folds. But in this case, he does run into one of the few hands that completely dominate him, and he gets away. So, very fortunate for Tenenbaum there. Yeah, I'm loving this. This is exactly the kind of hands he should be getting out of the line with, but not in the limping capacity, as we mentioned earlier. Murovsky against the limp with only 8 bigs behind, deciding to
perfect hand to be shoving with, in my view. Exactly the right hand in the right position, but chooses not to.
We did see the last time he limped, he did have pocket king, so maybe some monsters under the closet, and everybody flops a draw here.
Yeah, I prefer the flush draw than the 2 gut shots. Plus, of course, he's got the king. Yeah, told you.
And Einbinder
coming straight
rivers or turns the nuts.
I like the check here. I like the check, inducing the bet from the chip leader, who is betting on the flush draw rather than the nuts. Just flat call, young man. Just flat call. You may not get paid again. So there is an argument for raising here. Raising with your queen high flush draw, that kind of thing. Trouble is 9-7.
Yeah,
He's not going to go.
There's just nothing to do here but call. The problem is you think your opponent's going to have a lot of ace X, and you're going to want to be internally wanting to jam right away. But the right move is to just call here. Straw picks up some equity here, so I reckon he's going to check and hope he's against like a King of Hearts X. But unfortunately, He is against the nuts,
Didn't
and
work.
Einbinder is going. Yeah,
I
Einbinder
think you
is
should have
going to
made.
take.
Might have got a call with a pair in the end.
לב טרוף, מה קרה?
גם אם בא לי, אני לא בטוח. אתה מתקתק, מה מפחד אלוהים?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Einbinder could have done anything else there. I mean, if you lead jam on the river, I mean, it's such a line that is super value heavy, especially in a field of, in a 200 euro tournament. I could probably have the third, fourth, fifth nuts there and just fold forever and just make a ton of money in the long run. So I like that he played that the way he did. And unfortunately, I don't think Strual checks river if he doesn't hit a pair there. I think he turns it into a bluff and he's going to get paid. But Strual back in with another limp. This time with the Mallards, as Brett Hanks would call them, the Ducks.
Would it have been the same film, The Mighty Mallards? I don't know. The Mighty Ducks was definitely
the Mighty
right.
Mallards. I don't know that one.
The Mighty Ducks. You must have seen The Mighty Ducks.
Oh, yeah.
The ice
That
hockey
went right
film.
over my head. Yeah, of
I
course.
know.
There was like
I'm too
four
clever
of
for
them.
my own good. Great film.
There's 4 of those movies. I think I saw
Yes.
all of them.
Yeah, I may have only seen 1 or 2, but it was a good concept.
Had them on the old VHS. Pair of 6s for Einbinder. Stojanovic picks up a gutter here, but Einbinder still in the lead with his 6s. This will probably check around once again. And unless Stroll goes for it on the river here, I think this should just check around. And yeah, 6 will play, young man.
Interesting win there. An unexpected pot there for Mr. Einbinder.
Moravsky is getting short, down to 7 bigs, but this is not the hand to do anything with. Appears he has already folded. Graphics team just a little behind. And we do have
that is an all-in.
A jam from the button with a mystery hand. It is ace 10. Yeah, I like a jam here. You're jamming into a small blind who's almost never going to call with his stack, and then you don't mind if the big blind calls, and they're also on a very short stack, 7 bigs. This is a tight one here. I mean, button big blind. When Einbinder decides to jam with his size, it's usually concentrated around, big ace, big middle of the big aces, some pairs, middling pairs, and then some suited broadways. Yeah, offsuit broadways as well. Maybe just king off, king queen off, king jack off. But I
Tricky
reckon if
spot
he
though
reads into
for
the situation, yeah,
yeah,
good fold. I like it.
tricky spot. But I think he played it well. It really is so tempting to get it in with a lovely suited connected ace.
Yeah, and I like the shove as well. You hardly ever have to worry about the big stack and the small blind because they really have to have a monster to call you off for that much when there's so much ICM involved in a decision like that. So being able to shove and just attack the big blind and being able to get called by worse as well. Like he's gonna call off ace 9, ace 8, king 10 suited, stuff like that. So yeah, I love the shove there. Well done.
Good stuff. And we're getting towards the pointy end of the tournament in terms of we're going to see one or two players out in the next hour or so. Pretty certain of that. The blinds really starting to punish and kick in. Only one player safe. There's
And
Tenenbaum.
we're gonna see an all in here.
See an all in here. Yeah.
Only 6 bigs behind, a little over 6 bigs. Wonder if Stojanovic is going to feel like he's priced in here. He probably will.
I think he may well do. Yeah.
For a total
be
of
a bit of a
11
dog.
bigs.
Bit of a dog.
Yeah, he's not going to like it, but he's got enough chips. He's going to be up against pairs like 10s, 9s, 8s, stuff like ace 7 a lot of the time. So you can't fault him. It's 7 bigs in total. I think he's got to call this off, even though we can
He's
see
also
he's
getting
behind.
2.5 to 1 on his hand. He's just unlucky that Tenenbaum's got one of his cards.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking 7 bigs when you've already put 2 in. It's another 5 bigs to win. What is it? A 25 million chip pot? This has just got to be snapped in.
Tournament time.
Yeah, Stojanovic right
Time
here.
has been
I mean,
called.
he's comfortably in second here. His hand really only needs 30% equity overall for it to be a profitable call. You put a little ICM in there, maybe 35%. For his whole range, as you can see, even the very worst hand, one of the worst hands he can face, he's still getting 26%. So he should call with Queen Jack. He's generally gonna be okay. He doesn't have many players near him. Maybe he feels he wants to keep, a nice gap. Nope, he finds a call. And yeah, he's going to feel like it's the wrong decision in the short term, but this is the right decision for sure.
And both players hit their jack. There's a straight draw, and now there really is a straight draw.
Here we
Tenenbaum
go.
Tenenbaum does not want to hit. Oh, and we lose another player. Oh, we don't. I'm sorry.
No,
Double
no,
up. We have
no.
a double up.
Tenenbaum doubles up.
Yeah, double up. Yeah.
מה איתך גבר? מתי אתה טס? איזה שעה? אני צריך שתמצא לי מקום אצלך בהסעה אם יש. אני טיסה של וויז, אבל באותו שעה, אחד. למה?
הוא גם יש לו את וויז באחת.
איזה גבולי?
גם אני בוויז.
Miles Tenenbaum, 100,000 in career live tournament earnings. Previous high score is 19,400, so he's looking to break that today. Double up will certainly help. He'll need at least a 4th place finish in order to do so, but when you double up like that goes a long way. His biggest cash came right here in Bratislava in a 500 euro high roller in March of 2023. He also had a 12th place finish at WPT Prime here in Slovakia in 2023 as well. Einbinder opens with the ace-9 off. The hijacked, and Stojanovic may think about getting tricky. I believe he was the one that flatted the queen-jack off earlier, which we do not recommend to the people watching at home. He does find the muck.
And Tenenbaum again. Yeah, I think fold is absolutely the right play there. You don't need to get involved with ace-3. I've already had a raise against you. What are you beating?
Yeah, and what's important to note that the next hand, the big blind is going to have to put in 2 of his 7 remaining bigs pre-flop. So the whole table is getting that much closer to another pivotal ladder. So you don't want to be taking unnecessary risks when a ladder, an almost certain ladder, is right on the horizon. But you never know in this game. Poker's funny.
זה חבילות של 20? אלה כן. אתה יכול, יש לך איזה 80 שם. במצב הגרוע.
כדאי.
So yeah, Moravsky in the 3 seat. Only 5 bigs behind the big blind, and I think Stojanovic is absolutely going to get after it with his pocket 5s in the hijack.
I think we'll see a raise.
Sitting on,
probably won't be a big raise.
Yeah,
3 million again.
Yeah, he's sitting on roughly 23 bigs himself at this point. Yeah, 3 million should be nearly everybody's raise size, except for the chip leader.
Well, he's demonstrated the smallest raises or calls of the lot. Very rarely made a bigger raise than 2x, and quite often just called with unexpectedly strong holdings.
And gonna find a flat with the 10-8 off with a very short stack in the big blind. This is quite questionable. And Moravsky, yeah, you kind of have to play any two cards, almost any two cards when you're in the big blind this short. So gonna try to flop here, and Straw gets the best of it, hitting second pair. So the tricky spot for both Straw and Moravsky, because that you can't just be betting without any equity due to the small stack being in there. And yeah,
Strul
big stack.
not only has the,
Gonna take it
the
again.
stack and the board, power poker coming through. Very tough on the shorter stacks, really. Hard to get kind of any impetus, any leeway. You play one, you lose it, and then you're down to 8 big blinds. We've got very small short stack, and two players only just over the 10 big blind mark, and yet they've got 24 million chips. It seems like quite a lot in most tournaments. Imagine that, 24 million chips at the beginning of day one. It's a lot.
Yeah, blinds are up this hand to 1 million, 2 million.
Yep. Even more pressure.
Tenenbaum, yeah, he
will be
finds
all in.
a couple of queens.
He
should just open
should
here.
raise this. He should open. He needs to get value from his big hands, and I think it was him that raised earlier with a big hand, and he could have, shoved earlier. I'd like to see a raise here to about 4.5, just above the 2x, but then stay consistent on that line. $2.5x just
there he
over.
goes, 5. You almost never want to have a hand like 10s, jacks, queens when there's, such a tiny stack out there, putting yourself at risk to potentially not get that pay jump. But yeah, there are certain hands where you just have to, live with your fate regardless of the existence of a 3 big blind stack out there. And queens is definitely one of them. Fortunately for him, he doesn't have to put all his chips in the middle pre-flop and risk losing out on a ladder. Raise it, take it. Yeah, situations like this when you have that super short stack in play and everybody else is at 17 big blinds or less, this is when you as the big stack should be pouncing. 9-8 off. Gotta make that 4 million, 4.4. Do as you like, but he should be aggressive with these hands. This is when you want to start draining your opponent's resources. And here we go. King 6 off. In you go. Less than 3 bigs.
He's not going to get called by the small blind. That's one thing we know. Let's see.
Big blind should call with almost any 2 cards.
He should call without looking.
Those are big cards.
Happens to have a good hand, but he shouldn't even look. Just goes in.
And that is almost as bad as it gets.
Arosky was a bit up and down.
Oh, and
hang
that
on,
is
hang
one of
on.
the best cards possible. Oh,
A 6.
wait a minute.
Any king, any spade, any 6. And that is
Oh,
not
it was
any of
black.
The hope was there for a very, very small period. And we lose our 5th place finisher. Pretty good payout, to be honest, though. 5th place finisher. And he is taking home 12,250. Jump of about 3,000. And now we have a jump of... Oh, I'm sorry, he was 6th. Yeah, he took 12,250. But there is a jump of some 4,000 to 5th place. Quite something.
Yeah, Straw sitting very comfortably up there, 54 bigs. The rest of the table is 61 bigs between them. Yeah, and all 4 players also sub 20 big blinds. Really would love to see Straw really pounce on the aggression here. This is just a golden opportunity. A hand like this would be perfect. You got a blocker power. You got a suited king. These are the hands that he's been limping in with, unfortunately. Instead of playing power poker with the raises, he does make it 4 million. All right, but the one time he wants to put his foot on the gas correctly, he is going to run into pocket 9s and have to fold this pre. But yeah, the number of times you're gonna open and take down the blinds and antes, which is 5 million, versus the amount of times you're gonna lose 4 million with a raise, is definitely worth just going raise whenever you have some good pairs or blockers or an actually good hand. So Straw shouldn't feel let down here. Just keep playing power poker. Just didn't work out this particular hand. He's gonna Hollywood it a little bit.
Hollywood and fold. He looks like he's agonizing over a king jack rather than a king 3. Yeah, exactly. Your hand is, well, what can I do? What can I do? I have to fold.
11.5 bigs, too much.
Mindenbe belerakom, hogy úgy vagy. Legitim, majd bár valószínűleg 70%-on van. Lép már. Ja, úgy igen, de egyből megadtam volna, nem lett volna, akkor az biztos olyan nagyon jó. Még úgyis néha. Néha.
Down to our last 5 players. Everybody guaranteed at least 16,200 euros. 20.6k is the next jump as we see Einbinder pick up King Queen off in the cutoff. 15 bigs. He could play this as an open. He could play this as a jam. It's very cuspy.
Yeah, all options available.
It is always a little bit riskier jamming into the giant stack who very comfortably covers everybody. But a hand like King Queen, even if you get called, you're not necessarily hating life. You're flipping a lot with a hand like this.
It's a
You're
hand I'm
super
happy to
live when you
raise
get
with.
caught.
I'm
And
happy to
yeah,
raise
he
with.
gets it
Yeah,
in.
I like it. I don't like calling off with it. It feels wrong. It feels, you can be dominated so many times. But I love the push with it. It's an effective hand to push.
That's the issue. That's the issue when you raise with king queen off instead of jamming it, because you cannot call it off. Like when Tenenbaum opened earlier off 12 bigs, it should have been just in there from the cutoff. Definitely should not have been a raise, because when you do get raised on, you could be folding a flip and you're just losing a good chunk of your stack. But when you jam, you're the aggressive one. You force the action. You say, "Hey, wake up with a hand." Even if you call me, most of the time we're gonna be flipping. Happy days, and that's how you win big pots and end up winning tournaments. So, yeah, good shove from Einbinder, and he takes down the blinds, which at this stage, being so close
It's a
in
lot.
chips to everybody else,
Yeah.
very important. Yeah, these 2.5 big blinds. They're huge at this stage of the tournament. It's absolutely huge to get blinds.
This is another one of those hands, King 10, 5-handed.
Yeah,
And
this is
in
just
my
gotta be
book,
a
it's a
jam.
push. Absolutely, we're on
Yep.
the same page here.
12 bigs. You're on the button. You got 2 big cards. You're the shortest stack. There's no ICM risk to you. You just gotta play
Yep.
chip EV poker.
He's done it.
You're
He's
just
read the
in
book.
there.
I think he's
No,
raised.
he has not. This is
Oh,
a
wow.
raise.
A
I
small
really
raise.
hate this, because you run into something like eights. The eights are gonna jam on you. Sixes are gonna jam on you. You're just like somebody who is a better player might jam Jack 10 suited on you.
Very lucky.
Yeah,
He ran into
you just
3-2 and 4-2. Very, very lucky.
yeah
Not the big blind, but
you just you just you just lose 1/6 of your stack a very large percentage of the time, when you would be flipping instead or dominating against some jams. So I really don't like the 2 big open up with King 10. It's just too much hand. At some point you got to say, "Hey, I'm putting all my chips in the middle. If I get lucky and double, we're back in the game." You can't just be trying to crawl around for ladders, because that's how you end up just bleeding chips and losing a lot of poker tournaments. And this one should also be a jam. 14 bigs, ace 10 off.
Without a doubt. There's also the dynamic. Are
Your
you looking to win this tournament? Are you looking to get 50, 60, 70,000 euros, or be satisfied with 12 to 20? And I know the answer. And, oh, no. This is not the way of playing. You might get lucky because Straw might shove with ace 8 and then he calls. But I don't think that's...
Well, this is the problem. Tenenbaum is not going to call against the shove. Ace 10 is too weak to call off a shove. And these are the hands that you want to fold where, yep, he should be shoving, and this is a good shove. Or, no, he raises instead. Straw, I think, with the rest of the chips on the table, the rest of the stacks, this should just be a comfortable jam that force Tenenbaum to fold. And yeah, now Tenenbaum, instead of jamming and taking down the blinds, is in a really tough spot where he's almost certainly going to have to fold. And if not, he's gonna call, see a flop, and he's gonna have to play passive poker. And passive poker does not win in the long run.
Certainly doesn't.
Excuse me, can you move from the TV?
I mean, if I thought he'd planned it, you know what I mean? I'd be appreciative of the move. You know, I hope I get raised. I'm going to shove. I've got pick up a bigger pot. You know, blah blah. But he hasn't. He's just made a kind of no.
And this is the
Raise fold.
issue. Exactly.
Yeah,
this is exactly the issue with not jamming. It's just when
it's inexperience. It's inexperience. He may not have played many final tables. Trying to understand the dynamic.
When you're playing short-handed, you're playing short-handed poker. There's only 5 hands out there, so the odds of you running into something like Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King is dramatically lower. And so you should look at Ace 10 here. With the rest of the stacks the way they are, your opponents are just going to need to have massive hands just because of the ICM pressure. The only guy you're worried about is the giant stack, and they're the ones that can 3-bet you light, like he did with the Ace-8 suited.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think he's got to find some cojones, you know, in these later stages of the tournament if he wants a chance to take home the top prize.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's always the way, and those that show strength and show... That's why the final was so amazing yesterday from Marrakesh, because the Irish guy, who looked the most gentle creature, and one of his friends on the chat called him an animal, you know, the animal I equated him to on how he looked and how he played and how he came over was a sloth. But actually, he just had the most incredible... He really raised his aggression level. He became the chip leader. And at that point, he just was all in just about every hand. He overplayed a little bit, and then he got very unlucky prior to being knocked out 4th in the end. But the plays he made and the strength and the use of his stack were just textbook. And we're just not seeing that on this table at the moment.
Well, yeah, that's the difference between, you know, a 1,700 buy-in and a 200 buy-in. The players at that stage, even though people may say, oh, it's only a, you know, $1,000 more, $1,500 more for an entry. Like the difference in skill is just you can't, you know, numerically define it. It's huge.
There was a couple of players on the table, and I looked at their Hendon mob, and I tried to work out, you know, would they have bought in for that amount? And I think there are WSOP online satellites, aren't there? Is that right? You might know more than me on that.
They were offering them on Winamax for...
Yeah, a lot of French players play on Winamax. Yeah, so that must be it.
But Marrakesh is so centrally located to, you know, Western Europe that a lot of the guys who generally just sit inside and play online, they'll go escape to Marrakesh in January for some slightly warmer weather. Last year, I was there as well. It was 23 degrees, 24 degrees and sunny. So, yeah, every single day. This year was a little bit colder when I was there. It was like 16, 17 every day. A couple days, 20. But yeah, you do get a lot of the online players that hardly play live to come out. So maybe he was one of those. I'm not sure.
I think there were a few, and there were a couple with very impressive results as well. It's quite a mixed table, but a really exciting final. And here we have a bit of excitement in the small blind. We've got the raise under the gun by our chip leader, as expected. Now, I would like to see a 3-bet here, not too big. You want to tempt the chip leader to get it in, I think. Just dangle
it's an odd situation because this is number 1 and number 2 in chips. And when you have a dynamic like that, it's almost better for Stojanovic just to jam and get the hand over with instead of potentially getting called by something like ace-7, ace-8 suited, and then, you know, having to play a weird ace-high flop, post-flop, and losing a bunch of your chips. So, yeah, generally speaking, a small ropey 3-bet I like a lot, but when you're talking first and second in chips, yeah, it's almost better this way sometimes. It depends on your experience as a player as well. Because if you're, you know, at a table like this, playing for a big prize like this for the first time in your life, this is just, you know, Life EV will tell you, hey, I need chips. Let me separate myself from the bottom 3. Let me just win this pot now, get to 50 million. Well done, unless I run into aces, and then, you know, let's see another hand. Yeah, understand completely both sides. Personally, the way I play, I would have played it the way you like. Yeah, putting 12.5 million out there, 13 million. Not too big. Let the chip leader, especially if they're aggressive, maybe try to 4-bet bluff me all in. Which, yeah, this guy hasn't done any of that.
No, he's been very one gear, like a Panzer tank. Going slowly.
Here's another one of these spots. This is a no doubt jam with a suited king. But
he's not going to.
We've learned that.
We've learned that he's not going to.
It's 10 bigs, and this should be a jam from Stroll as well. He should jam this in his face. This is poorly played by both players.
Yeah, I agree.
And even now, Stroll could think he's trapping with just like an ace-X. He should be jamming to any bet here.
3 million.
But, yeah. And now Tenenbaum is almost certainly just going to give up. I don't... Well, no, he picked up a flush draw as well.
He got the flush draw.
But, yeah.
And he's got the king and the 3 to hit.
Yeah, the majority of Stroll's calls are going to be with a 7 or a deuce when it comes 7 deuce deuce. And so when the board double pairs like that, yeah, if I was Stroll, I would be noticing how passive Tenenbaum has been at this table and just put him to the test almost every hand. And yeah, this is a great bet. And, you know, this is one of those weird spots where Tenenbaum might call instead of put his chips in with the flush draw and the king high, but nope.
I think he played that badly on every street, to be honest.
Both players should have been in pre-flop.
It's hard not to criticize, but when you see a play, it's also, you've got to be honest with yourself and with the viewers, because you know you're trying to add value, and of the options he had there, he really took the worst one pretty well every street. And he's missed a lot of opportunities to shove with the right kind of hands, but he just has chosen not to. Or maybe he's playing slightly scared poker, slightly looking to ladder rather than win the tournament. Here's a interesting hand with 15 big blinds, isn't it? Is that right? something like
Yep, 15 bigs.
that.
I think in general this would be a shove, but there are shorter stacks on the table. So when you're a middling stack like this, you are tempted to play a bit more on the passive side. So I would like to see a 2x open and then fold if he gets jammed on. He does go for the jam, which is the second best option.
Yeah. Don't mind this at all. May get a call from King Jack. He can afford to. It will give him an even bigger stack. He's got to think, is he up against an ace king and ace jack?
I've studied this one personally a lot, and even in chip EV play against a hijack shove, you're supposed to fold for 12 bigs in the small blind. I know that. Yeah, he does find the fold. Now this king jack suited fold is a bit more surprising, the fact that he snap folded. But then again, there is
so.
the 6.5 big blind stack on the table. So yeah, with Tenenbaum at 6.5 big blinds, it is going to be worth waiting it out, getting that ladder. So you can't really blame him folding the king jack suited there. You are going to be dominated by stuff like king queen off, ace jack. Well, sometimes it's bad, and yeah, good fold. Move on.
And Tenenbaum has worked his way positively down to 6.5 big blinds.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm saying he's done it positively. He's made actions to get down there. And he's had so many opportunities with the right hands on the button to shove and hasn't. Ah, good.
This is interesting. He is the second biggest or the second shortest stack in the small blind, and a hand this big against the second biggest stack, I reckon it's still good enough to shove, and he does find it.
And it's not an automatic call at all with Jack 9.
No, he'll get straight out of the way with the Jack 9 suited. And there it goes.
My magic man.
Yeah, even though you know that, there's a player on 6.5 big blinds, and he's probably going to be out in the next orbit or two, you still have to accumulate chips and put yourself at risk in order to go for the win. And there's just some hands that are too strong. Ace Jack is one of them, against the person who's least likely to call you off at the entire table as well. So, very good jam there.
Yeah, I think that was the right play and the only play. But again, depends what your aim is.
I mean, it is a close spot. I reckon that he should fold ace 10 off in that spot with the ICM. Ace Jack is probably the worst hand he should be shoving with. And now
Same
Screwall
hand
just has to
for seat 1.
Yeah. He's got to get after it. He's been too quiet for my liking. Now, is this a 3x?
I'm not
This
sure.
is a
I'm not
3x.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure he's been too quiet. I think the amounts of his raises have been kind of too inviting, and he's even called as opposed to raise on quite a few spots. So I think he's been active, but perhaps his chip kind of reasoning hasn't really been thought through enough. So that's how I would categorize him at the moment. And maybe he's just not used to being at this level of a final table and knowing how to play your stack effectively, because he's certainly shown. Why is he showing his Jack 9?
Yeah,
Absolutely
I don't know,
low.
but yeah,
I don't mind him
big
showing
difference
2-7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I was about to say, the biggest difference between, players who are playing at a 200 level and established professionals is that they realize at the higher levels that, final table play is absolutely completely different than, your chip EV, your beginning of the tournaments, your barely in the money style of poker. And a lot of these players will come here and they play exactly the same as they did in level 1. Not recognizing, when's a good spot to put a ton of pressure on the entire table as a chip leader, and when not to shove because there's short stacks out there. Speaking of short stacks, big blind only has 4.5 bigs behind, and Stoyanovich is going to put
Massive.
the pressure on, whether he decides to limp and trap his ace queen or just jam. I reckon, no, from what I've seen, he's just gonna jam.
I don't think there's
If
any
it
point
were
doing
me
it
at the
any other way.
table, I would. Yeah, because Tenenbaum has not been aggro whatsoever. Yeah, you just jam. You got to force him to make the actions. He's gonna overfold anyways.
Yeah. Funnily enough, he's got a pretty good defending hand up against a kind of likely range. A suited middle connector is, oh dear, no. I mean, he's not making the action when he has the hands, and he's not calling when he has the right hand to call with. I mean, that's exactly 9-8, 9-7, 10-9, 10-8 suited. Are very, very strong hands against a likely ace, queen, ace, jack overcards, and oh dear. I think he's trying to
only
ladder.
shoving 5 bigs from the Yeah, he's only shoving 5 bigs from the small blind, so his range should be extremely, extremely wide. He's not always going to have those power hands like ace queen. And even if he does, 9-7 suited plays so well against his entire range. He was probably like 40-ish%. And yeah, that's a hand with 4 bigs behind. You just have to call that off. You're putting in 4 to win, what is it, about 14? That's
12,
just another error.
Yeah, he's shown a lot of inexperience. Ironically, as our chip leader has.
Yeah, now he's got even fewer chips and has to potentially shove into the big stack, who should just almost call any 2, not exactly call any 2, but yeah, queen 7 with 4 bigs behind is also a pure shove, and he's just waiting for aces now.
I think there might have to be an investigation, because I think our chip leaders had Jack 9 suited about 5 out of 6 hands. The last 5 out of 6 hands, and they've all been different suits. Quite amazing. It just seems to be a magnet. He'll certainly know how to play Jack 9 suited by the end of this tournament.
I like Jack 9 suited.
So do I. I just don't normally get it 5 out of 6 hands. That's a very pretty hand here. 8-9 suited. And you've got a decent stack in the cutoff.
Another beautiful hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I understand the fold at this stage, because if Tenenbaum does go all in and it ends up, you know, getting raised after that, you have nothing to do but fold. I think generally, though, even with him in the hand, you still should open it.
We got through as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So where will you be based in Spain when you go? Are you going to do some traveling, or are you going to be based one place?
I will be a little south of Almeria in this British enclave called Mojácar. It's basically, yeah, Mojácar. It's about 45 minutes to an hour south of Almeria, right on the water. A ton of older British people over there.
Okay. I thought they were all in Benidorm,
We'll
further up the coast. She's English, your girlfriend. Has she got family out there?
Yes, so this is one of this apartment belongs to her family. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, it's just an ever rotate or people just going in and out of the place. So it's ours for the next 2 months, and
Great.
we'll be going to Sevilla a couple times. I might head over to Bratislava, and yeah, you can follow our adventures on her YouTube channel at Pocket Peg. So if you're listening here, go subscribe to her. You'll be able to see us in action all over the world.
You might have to qualify that. I'm not sure I want to see you two in action, but there you go. Jack 10 suited on the button, and slight variation. He's normally got Jack 9 suited. Quite an upgrade.
Not kidding.
We are still 5-handed, but there are 4 players on the table. I'm expecting 1 or 2 to be going very, very soon.
Yeah, Tenenbaum is 1 hand away from being forced to put half his stack in pre-flop. So let's see if he wakes up. Yeah, this has to go in. This is a no doubt jam. I'm not sure if he's gonna find it. It's 4 bigs. Okay, he does. Let's see if anybody wakes up with anything behind. Not straw. And that is a hand.
That is a hand to call behind for certain. He'll probably re-raise. Isolate.
Yeah, 15 and a half bigs. You just gotta ISO jam.
Well, there's an argument when you're at this point with the pay jumps. There's an argument for calling as long as the other player calls as well and doesn't re-raise you, as long as they understand the signals. And then there's 4 cards looking to knock out the short stack. But people have to be aware of that strategy. And I've kind of made that with, like, I don't know, a king jack. Called the short stack for just a flat call, hoping the other player behind will do the same. And then they've raised, and I'm like, oh, I get very cross because they haven't understood the dynamic. Because really, you want 2 against 1 to knock the player out. It may work with the 8s against King 7.
Gonna have to be running straight cards or a king, and a king only will keep him in the tournaments.
Well, I don't think we've lost a player that has gained popularity by his poker style.
Regardless of his style, he still collects 16,200 euros from a 200 euro buy-in. There won't be any complaints
Great result
about that.
Nope, you'll be able to buy a lot of falafel with that. Very good result.
The last time you mentioned food on stream, I had to go buy kebabs. So now you're mentioning falafel, and I've got falafel in the house. You know,
I used
if
to.
we got break,
I had a mobile food business, and I used to sell beautiful artisan pita breads that came from a small bakery near Brighton, with organic falafel, hummus, a tahina sauce, a beautiful chili sauce, and a kind of Greek salad, which is a bit chunkier than a Turkish one. So it's tomato, onion, lettuce, and the combination was just stunning. It was, it's a proper meal. I was selling them at, I don't know, £7, £8 at festivals, and they were so good. But those days are gone. I just eat them now.
that's fantastic. I think Einbinder's gonna shove this ace deuce off for 12 bigs.
And I
He
think he's going
does,
to get
and
called,
he's going to get looked up. He's gonna get looked up.
at least in one
Seven's
spot.
too good.
And if sevens call and hold here, we will be down to 3 players, and it would not surprise me at all if they talk about a deal because of their respective stacks. It's kind of, there's 2 middling stacks, and there'd be a big chip leader. Because if Stojanovic wins this one, it will take him right up towards the chip leader. And seat 2 has already got a good stack. So I would, at this point, try and smooth that money off to make a deal. And then they'll all get around 50,000. In Banco, you do have to.
For Einbo.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's a good card for sevens. And I think we're going to lose
Ace
our
only.
third place finisher. We are. And that doesn't surprise me. The 3 strongest players are remaining in this final table. I do understand they're going to talk a deal, but it will be quite a quick deal and not the usual go off to a corner and have a break. So we will continue to play during this moment. And there we see the 3 stacks, and it one double up from Stojanovic, and he's chip leader. So although Struhl is doing well, both of the other stacks are quite strong. There's no one weak at this point. So I think
it looks
doing
like they're gonna hop right back to the action. No deal yet.
No, I'm expecting a discussion at some point. It could be between these 3, or it could be 2 if we lose one. But everyone's got a good stack, so we're unlikely to see, a shove and a call with these stacks. And also, they're not weak players like we've seen already. And if they did do a deal, the only thing the casino demands is that 10% of the remaining prize pool has to be kept back for first place. We are going to go into an ad any second now, and then we'll be straight back.
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPoker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPoker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPoker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
5,000, and the cup.
See how much is okay. Just how much is in total?
They are actually discussing a deal. You wouldn't know it, but they are. And just for the maths, there are 130,000 roughly, just over, in the prize pool. So 13 would have to be kept back. So they would be discussing 117,000, round about 40,000 each, and then the ICM will give seat 1 a bit more.
3-6, he can give you 3-6. So it would be 40-40 and like 47. No, 51.
That's pretty good for a 200 euro buy-in. I'll tell you that much.
Well, most of the tournaments here, the first prize is the figure they're all discussing, kind of 35 to 40,000 tends to be. But we've had a very, very popular Israeli week, especially the first one. A lot of Israeli players come regularly to Banco. They get great value here. They get VIP, half-price drinks, discounted hotel deals, all really good stuff. The casino is very, very flexible in making sure that they attract groups. So there's 100 to 150 Israelis that come regularly. In this one, I did hear that there was something like 400 came over because it was a heavily promoted tournament in Israel. So very welcome. Play good poker in the main, usually on the aggressive line. My father was Israeli, so I do have a slight, lean towards, but then you start talking politics and everything changes. So not our job here to do that. We're here for poker. And there's a banner for the festival coming up at the end of February. What a fantastic week that is. Over 50 unique tournaments in a week. Satellites, flip-flops, which is 8 people putting 25 euros in each. And one player will walk out with a 200 tournament credit and an Omaha hand. We have Pineapple, Chinese poker, a 250 buy-in, and then a high roller one. The Torses event that I played in November. I was lucky enough to finish second in that one. I had 120 runners, which for a limit 6-game mixed event, main event, was pretty impressive figures. And of course, a no limit hold'em main event. So really fabulous week. And the festival will be in Rosvadov, Malta in September, I think, and then Tallinn at the end of the year. And they've introduced a new weekend event, a shorter, more concentrated, slightly less buy-ins, focused around mixed games like Svitum, which is my favourite game. I travelled to Italy just to go and play a couple of Svitum tournaments. Very hard to find places to play. So they are still discussing a deal. I have got the figures. Don't forget we are half an hour behind here.
You get 3 from him, 3 from me, and we play for this 13 if you win.
So it would be like 36, 36, 45, and we play for 13.
Yeah, we play for the 13.
How much is the ICM? If you can put me in the ICM.
I can, but I have to come.
So they're quite sure. So the original chop, if you couldn't hear it on the broadcast, is 36,000, 36,000, and 45,000. But I can't imagine the first place player agreeing to an even chop right now.
If you can negotiate this,
not with his.
It's not an even chop. It's not an even chop. Second and third are in effect taking an even chop. But I think if they did ICM, it will turn out that Stojanovic would have more than Carmen. So a simple ICM would probably be about right. It would give Struhl about 45,000 and the other two averaging around 35, 36,000. And that's a great result for Struhl. You know, one hand can turn this at this point. The blinds are big.
But as we mentioned, they do have to leave about 13K up top at this point.
And that goes to the winner. the trophy and the 13,000. So they are doing an ICM count now. What does ICM stand for?
The independent chip model.
That's right.
Which is basically the theory that every chip has a value attached to it. Every group of chips. Yeah. Your first chip is worth a ton, and the more chips that you accumulate, the less each additional chip is worth.
So what it does when people adhere to it is it does favor the shorter stacks. It balances up. It kind of recognizes that you might be a shorter stack now, but things can change quite quickly. And none of these are short stacks in the meaning of the thing. They all have a good, solid amount of big blinds. In this particular case, ICM is actually a very useful tool. But I have rejected ICM deals before and just said, I want X, if I'm a chip leader, I want X, and you two take this, up to you. That's the deal I'm offering. So I don't let ICM rule me. I've done a lot of deals on poker tables when I've got down to the last 3 or 4. And I make sure it's part of the game. I make sure I come out of any negotiation in a favorable manner. And I try and present it as a positive. Peter Kamara, my Hungarian friend, who's been on this table a few times.
Peter.
He's a lovely man. I had a chat with him last week at Banker.
Peter's one of the most lovely people you'll ever meet in poker, in my opinion.
Yep.
He's just a gentleman, and he is an absolute beast on the table. He is very difficult to play against.
And he doubles up as Father Christmas at Christmas time as well. I don't know whether you knew that. But, it's his side job.
I mean, if they decide in 1 minute, I'm in for it. If they decide.
There seems to be a lot of other people getting involved in this deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quick decision.
I mean, who are these guys with the? Are they the promoters? Maybe. I don't recognize them.
The first 3 guys in the center of our screen are all involved with the casino. Peter seems to be telling people whether it's a good deal or not.
Only the guy in the middle, he's the floorman, and the dealer in front of him. The guys each side with their back to us, I don't know who they are. I think they're not to do with the casino, I know that. And the bossy Israeli woman must be one of the promoters because she just ordered them to take the deal.
Guys.
Okay, guys, I will tell you what the deal is. I have it in front of me.
€325.
We're hearing it now.
€34,953. 37,666. And for the winner, 13,105 plus the trophy.
That's a great deal that everybody agrees to. Everybody wins there.
Yeah, it makes sense to do a deal at this point. I would certainly be doing that. And the thing is, you've got another 13,000 to play for, so either of the shorter stacks, if they win it, will be, the biggest, get the biggest return. If our chip leader wins it, he's lost very little in terms of doing the deal. So I think it's exactly right when it pans out like this. Now we have the deal made, the money has been smoothed out. We're playing for 13,000 more. We will carry on 3-handed, and I think we'll have a break in about 15 minutes. We'll get a 15-minute break in. So lots of action before then. Back to the felt. Deal done. Nice to see a deal done publicly, if you like, and without any rancor, and just agreeing, what is a sensible deal. And like I say, I've done a lot of deals in my time, and I kind of know when it's the right one or not. And I would argue that that deal favours all 3 players.
generally the shorter everybody is, the more incentivized everybody is to take a deal. But also, if you like, player one has a really good chip lead that could go anytime. I believe, if I heard correctly, he's gonna get either 43 or 47,000 regardless of what happens, and
45, just over.
45,000, which is already much better than second place money no matter what happens. So this is an excellent deal for him. And even if he ends up shipping the tournament, he's only going to lose 6K on it, which is it's just a very, very, very good deal for him. And then the other guys, they make better than third place money. I believe I heard the figures were 37 and 34, and they can still win that extra 13K for winning. So I think it's a great deal all around.
Yeah. I've learned when I've run businesses that if you make a deal and everybody is happy, or happy enough, and feels that they're benefiting from the deal, then that's the right deal to make. As long as you're happy with it. But I do prefer to lead negotiations and deals because it just gives me more influence over the final result. And especially if I'm chip leader.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. The only time I ever shut up and let everybody speak about a deal is if I'm last in chips, or towards the bottom in the chip counts. Then I want to hear what everybody's thinking because I might be making out a lot better than what I hoped. There was this 15-player high roller I played in Italy a couple of years ago, and they were paying 3 places.
Mm-hmm.
I had about 8 big blinds. I'm with 4 other older guys, much older than me, and everyone else had over 30 big blinds. And
so straight flush draw. Hang on, I'm going to cut you there.
Yeah.
We've got a straight flush draw with Carmen and an overcard with Straw, but Carmen is going to bet this with the straight flush draw and probably get a fold. Yep, sorry, back to you.
So they were actually paying 2 guys now that I remember. There was going to be 8,500 for first and 5,000 for second. The one older guy brings us over, is like, hey guys, how about everybody gets 2.5K and we pay an extra grand for first? And I could not have taken that deal fast enough.
I play a lot in Italy. You may have played at one of the Milan poker clubs that I play at, and they're always open for that kind of very wide, equal deal. They always do that. I'm looking forward to March, where I'll be playing at Lake Como. 3 fabulous nights of mixed events with a stunning dinner at a restaurant. A few friends coming over, including Franca, who runs the festival. My friend Vads, possibly Sam Ajapong, maybe coming over. Likes his food, likes his mixed games. We used to play a regular mixed game 20 years ago, me and Sam and a few others, back in the day when poker clubs were thriving, before the casinos and the local authorities started closing them down in England. And that's the reason you've got organisations like Genting with a stranglehold on the poker tours and the poker scene, and they're charging a lot of money to the promoters to use their facilities. If I had the money and the contacts, I would find a way of setting up a casino group that just focuses on poker, because you'd clean up. You would really clean up. But the taxes are massive. The staffing is really hard. It's very hard to get dealers. A lot of the casinos pay them nothing, 0-hour contracts and low rates. They're poorly trained. It's not easy out there at the moment, certainly not in the UK. And then you go to other countries like here in Bratislava or King's Rosvadov or Namur, Middlekirk, You know, there's so many, a long list, and you find the most incredible operations and cheap and good food and beverage, great dealers, good spaces to play, good tournament staff. The whole thing kind of works in Europe, and unfortunately, it does not work very well in Britain. So that's my. I don't know what you found when you played in the UK at Birmingham and other places, but it's not been good in the last few years, in my opinion, not compared to previous years.
There is a big problem with poker being monopolized by big companies such as, WSOP, Genting, um, you know, not
Grosvenor in the UK.
Poker Stars, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, and especially in countries that I've played in, like Brazil as well. Um, Once you get monopolizing in any business sector, then the inflation of fees and taxes and everything else, the potential is just there. And we're getting to a point in poker where rakes are getting on the verge of being unbeatable, to the
Yeah,
point where
they really are. Yeah.
pros are starting to step away and stick to online poker, because online poker, the majority of the sites are charging either 9-10% rake or less for every tournament, and you get to a live stop, you have additional costs like accommodation, food, Ubers, and then the rakes are higher, and you're getting enough people going, hey, what's the point, to where we really could be hitting a wall as far as live poker goes if commercial companies or donors or some, the rate basically needs to be subsidized by somebody in order for poker to keep going, because the poker community is also becoming too educated for casinos and big companies. They the rake is too high. Once you get past 15%, and now even at WSOP, you're getting 17, 18%. Some companies are doing 20% or more. And you can't, the industry can't survive with that. It's just not sustainable.
A company like Genting, their history, they're a Malaysian-owned games company, I suppose is probably the best way, or a gaming company, and their history is to close down poker rooms. And the irony is, the party poker tour I'm involved in with my PLO masters, the irony is that as it goes around the UK, there are very limited choices where it can play the tour. And Genting, I think they have to use Genting something like 5 out of 6 of their venues, because it's the only venue kind of available for the size of the tour. And they're just, no room to maneuver. They're charging so much more money and extraneous taxes coming in, service costs, all sorts of things. And there's just no room for the operator. I don't know where it's going to go at the moment. There is a new casino being built in the Midlands. I'm had meetings with and involved with, and if things work out, that could become the kind of centre for good value tournaments, especially Omaha and mixed events. They want to create a kind of name in that area, and no one else is doing that. A lot of the big tournaments are up in Dusk Till Dawn. They've got the WPT deals going over there, plus their own large guaranteed events. But even that has been struggling a bit, and they're not under the same pressures as some of the other tours. So yeah, feeling a little bit negative about the poker industry at the moment, but not about here in Bangkok Casino. because it just grows, month by month. Fantastic value. Two players with the same hand and weirdly the same chip stack. Both with top pair.
Yeah, this hand could get really interesting depending on who wants to, put their foot on the gas. I think just calling here.
Very tricky.
A good easy bet on the easy C bet, easy call. There's just absolutely no reason to raise here. I think he will find a raise. Yeah, the thing is, you don't get that many worse hands to call on a monotone board like this. Yeah, when you do get called by worse, it's just going to be like a massive draw or something like Jack 10 with a Jack of Spades. So you don't clear anything out that you want to clear out necessarily, which is the problem with this raise. And sometimes you just run into something like a Jack 7 of Spades, and now what do you do if you're against a flush? Now, do you bet this hand now? You could be against a Queen Jack, a King Queen, an Ace Queen. Yeah, and Carmen is just going to be, now he's announcing he doesn't have a flush. Because the flush wouldn't act this way. And now Stojanovic gets to go on the offensive. And
I think it's a very small bet.
Is that
it's
one
a
big
tiny
blind?
Bet. It's too many. Yeah, it's one big blind. Almost pointless.
Yeah, I think this is literally just to gain control of the pot. Because I think Stojanovic is also going to want to check the river. I would have at least liked to see him go 6 million, 7 million, 8, like quarter pot, third pot. And I think that bet was designed to check back this river. Maybe if he's got a hand like King Jack, yeah, he's going to check back, and they're going to chop it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, going back to, casino operators and whatnot, they really do have, it goes both ways right now. The poker tour operators are getting strangled. The casino operators are getting too greedy. And at the same time, a lot of these casinos can tell these poker operators in the poker rooms, hey, we make a lot more money if we just put slot machines in here. We don't need you guys. We don't need the poker for the bottom line.
Although that's true,
they feel like
there is. Although that you're right, that is true. That's what they want. The Gambling Act limits the percentage of space in a casino that can be used for slot machines and tables. So, good example, the London Genting in Stratford has a big poker room. It can't actually logistically be used for much else. So, as long as they make a small profit and clean their face, Genting will, not exactly support it, but they'll accept that it's there because they can't suddenly put loads of electronic machines there because they're already filling a large percentage of their space with those machines. So there are very strict restrictions on what casinos can and can't do. I'm not sure if
and that's specifically in the UK, yeah?
Yeah, that's in the UK. There are much bigger restrictions in places like Spain. And Spain has, I looked at bringing the PLO Masters into a Spanish casino last month, went for meetings and all that. And they're not allowed to do mixed games. It's like from one of their local laws relating to how the casino can operate. So there's quite tough restrictions. And the taxes taxes in Spain are really restrictive. So there's issues in other countries. A country here like Bratislava, Bulgaria, Nova Gorica. I've got the PLO Masters in Sofia, Bulgaria, in April. There's a lot more laissez-faire, and you can do a lot better deals out there. That everyone benefits, including the casino. There's just more room to maneuver. So I'm very pleased with the deal I've got out in Sofia, and looking forward to that in April. Should be a very good week. VIP for all the players, discounted hotels, nice little city to go around, and great guarantees on the main event and the high roller. So that should be a pretty attractive weekend for your average Omaha player, with a whole weekend of Omaha.
Yeah, just gonna interrupt you. We got an interesting hand here.
We
Carmen's
have.
got the Broadway draw with the nut flush draw, and Stroh also has a gut shot and second pair with a useless flush draw of his own. Stroh wouldn't think he's a 75% favorite here. And I'm
No,
15 million into 23. This is a very large bet. And I don't think Stroll should be going anywhere here.
it's not going to feel comfortable about that bet. It's a very strong
No,
bet.
but he's got a lot of hand
Wow.
and he
It
folds.
shows the king
Wow,
and
great
folds.
bet.
It was a really good bet.
Yeah, I don't
So
like that
I
fold at
did
all. He's got way too much equity.
mention that one hand can be doubled up. I think we're going into a 15-minute break. See you all very soon.
One for the color, for the flash, and 5 for the straight. I had a 4 of color. I had an out, but it's very good sizing.
kicsit mínuszél is.
All right, welcome back to the Israeli Federation Cup. Blinds are up once again. They've taken a deal, three-handed, and are playing for an extra 13,000 and change. All three players sitting between 20 and 32 big blinds. Really, anyone's trophy at this point. Should be some exciting action to finish our day. Striel has been our chip leader since probably the second orbit of play. Started the final table 9 on a 9 and just chipped up massively early on. Flops third pair here. Karman from Hungary in the big blind. It's got a double back door. Not enough to continue with his undercards. Straw back to over 100 million. Blinds this level are at 1.5 million, 3 million with a 3 million chip big blind ante. Once again, they have taken a deal. All three players getting well over 30K, with Straw getting the best end of the ICM deal. He's already pocketed nearly 5,000 euros, playing for another 13K and the title, and the lovely trophy that comes along with it. Karman opening to over 3 bigs from the small blind with 9-6 of hearts. Stojanovic wakes up in the big blind with ace jack offsuit. A little under 18 bigs in the big blind, should ship it here, and he does.
Only one way of playing this hand.
Yeah, Karman folds, takes it down.
Yeah, he hasn't been shy on shoving. He's actually probably made, I think he's made the most good decisions out of these three so far in his journey to the final three. I don't know whether you think different, but that's kind of how I feel.
Big blind, sir.
Really looking still for our first real big clash in three-handed play.
It will.
Unlike,
I think it will happen. Yeah.
Well, everybody's under 35 bigs here. It's getting a little tight.
Quite a nice flop for the 7-5, and he's betting it. Also gives him information about whether Stroll has any kind of ace or flush draw. I like the bet there.
JJ, you just reminded me, I just looked at the information for the Como trip that you were talking about, and it looks tremendous.
Did I send it to you?
You did, yeah. I've been busy on the felt. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, a very, very nice trip for you and your young beau, if she enjoys mixed games, and if she doesn't, it's a great spot to learn, to be honest, because everyone's very friendly. They'll even tell you the rules of a game and all that, so you don't need to know every game. But we really do play pretty well every variant there is. The food is amazing, and then we start the poker at 4, which gives us all day to travel around. I'm going to have a car. Big Sam might have a car if he comes. So there'll be, arrangements. It's about an hour and a half from Milan. It's just such a beautiful part of the world there. You can go to the lake itself. There's other trips you can do. And then we play poker from 4 till 1:30 in the morning with a break for a beautiful dinner. The food is so good. So well worth it if you are able to make it. And then we play Svitten on the 10th of March in one of the card rooms in Milan. Starts late, about 9:30. Just happens to be my birthday, so always a good day to play Svitten. And then I go down to the Norwegian Championships in Bratislava, and other people go back to the UK and Sweden. There's a few of us going on top of the normal Italians that play it. You may well find some of the Italians you played in the high roller. I'm assuming it was like Millennium Casino, where you played.
It was Nova Gorizia in Slovenia.
Oh, in Nova Gorizia. Okay, Andrea Tucci takes a group of Italians down there. I know him well, and some of those players are the players that will be in the Como trip for sure. So you may even recognise some old friends. It is up to you.
Yeah,
have a look at the dates, see if it fits in. Nice place
Lake
to take.
Como is one of the. Yeah, it's one of the few Western Europe places that I have not traveled to that are purely on my bucket list.
Oh, there you go. Bucket ticked. Well, not the bucket, but maybe the list. Yeah, you make sure, just come back to me if you want to go, because I need to try and get you an apartment. Each apartment has 2 bedrooms, so you two would take 1 bedroom and share with someone else. But there'll be people you know. So it's a fun weekend, really fun weekend. We're playing every night, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. And it's the Monday Madness, which is the full variant game that we play. And there's added festival tickets. The festival regularly here at Banco Casino, and they're starting a new weekend tour in Riga, Latvia, and Vilnius. I don't think I can make Vilnius, but Tallinn. Sorry, Tallinn. I've booked into Tallinn in, don't know when that is, July, I think. So there are added value tickets on top of the usual prize pool. It's going to be a lovely weekend.
And here we go, a 23 big blind shove from the small blind. This should get through. Yeah, it does seem like quite a weekend. I got to admit, I'm a mixed games guy, and I have not heard of many of these games.
There you go. A chance to learn some new ones. Well, I'm the same. I thought I'd played most variants, in my life over time. And there were 2 or 3 that I literally had to go, what are the rules again? And then get my head around it. And I like that. It's a challenge. It's great. I mean, I'll be honest, the Italians love playing mixed games. They're not necessarily that good at playing the mixed games. So I would argue that someone who knows their poker has as much chance in them as any of the Italian lot. It's a fair fight, put it that way. I usually do.
You're gonna have to
okay
tell
there.
me. Yeah, you're gonna have to tell me what Omaha Jack, Crisscross, Watermelon, Crisscross 2, Beauty and the Beast.
Great game.
What are
Some
these?
great games.
Are these even real games?
Oh yeah. You don't even need to know ahead. We changed the game. We're in Omaha Jack. What's the rules? Da-da-da, split pot, this, that, the other. Choose a wild, whatever. And then you play it. It's fine. I promise you, there's no bias. So no, it's not like the home Italians know every game backwards and always win. They really don't. And my friend Bill from the UK, who's a good mixed game player, won the Irish Open 8 game last year. And a good friend of mine, he's coming over with me, and he did well. He's been there once before, and him and I both cashed in the Monday Madness. So there's no home advantage. The advantage for us as non-Italians is we get to see a lovely place and have fantastic food and wine. So it's that's the positive, and the poker's fun and the people are nice.
Yeah, you're goddamn right. I live for the Italian food by the coast. Oh,
Italian food.
How much he says?
The reason it's good
he
is the produce.
Suited.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a call here. And I told you that these two, if you like, smaller stacks, really quite quickly can get up to Struhl. He was on 120 million at one point. He's now down to 87. If they did a deal now, it would be very even. So I think
well
really
timed deal by him.
Yeah, it's very open at the moment.
Now, the produce in Italy, though, is, in fact, just some of the best I've ever had. Great,
I think
great
it
wine,
is the best.
Even if,
Yep.
Yeah. Great wine, even if you go down to the supermarket for a €2 bottle, it's still going to be better than a lot of the stuff you get in England or the US for $15-20.
Oh, by far. The Italians have a little trick. They make as good wine, as good a bottle of wine as Spain and even France. But what they do is they export all their crap to England, especially, and other countries, but especially England. And even if a bottle says Chianti Classico Reserva, you think, wow, I'm getting a top Chianti, a Reserva. It will be the crap one that you buy in an England supermarket for £10.
Gonna interrupt you here as we've got
we have a
hand brewing.
Yeah.
And so this started with Carmen limping his ace jack from the button and Stojanovic flatting the small blind. So I think this is a limp to jam situation for Carmen off 23, and all the money could be going in right now.
I agree.
Yep, it is. It was a limp to jam, and we are going to have the hand of the tournament here. 144 million. That is Peter's beautiful back of his head right there. But yeah, it's one of the 70-30s here, and Stroll just has to fade the ace, and now he also has to fade a king.
Now the gut shot. Yep. Gut shot has come into Carmen's range. And if he does hit it.
More outs. Now the 8 plays.
The 8 will give a chop. Oh, we have a chop.
Oh, that is the chop.
We have a chop.
Wow.
We have a chop. I told you. I told you.
Unbelievable.
I'm really sad. So close.
Get the explosion we're looking for, and it ends in a chop. All right, had a chance to almost end the tournament effectively. Now back to even stacks. Stroll still the chip leader, but under 30 bigs. Finds a halfway decent hand in the small blind. Decides to 4-exit, which Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world. 4-3
No,
suited. Reckon against a
three-handed as
4x
well.
size.
Actually,
Yeah.
two-handed because.
Fourth,
Oh,
still a
is
strong
Carmen
enough
getting
hand to
sticky?
defend.
Getting sticky
Yeah,
again.
even against a 4x size, you still have to call all your suited connectors except for like 3 deuce suited. And
Pretty
this
good flop for Queen
is
10.
not the flop. Yeah, not the flop that 4-3 of hearts wanted to see. And this should be a
Game
small
over. One bet. Fold.
coming. But it's about half pot.
It doesn't matter how much it is.
Yeah.
There's going to be no fight
In
back
it
with that hand.
goes. Back over 100 million.
I get the call, but I don't think it's the best use of his chips at this point. He's done well to get to this point. Fought hard, the Hungarian. Up against an interesting mix, actually. We've got three different styles on the table, but I think overcalling with 3-4 suited is really not the way of going. But we shall see how it goes.
All right, another hand straw can open. Back up to 34 bigs now with the king 9 off. It is nice to see the players kind of feeling a little loose. No pay bubble here between third and second. So they don't have to worry about ICM whatsoever anymore. All 3 players have played a limp from the button so far. Not exactly enjoying the play. Stojanovic will check his suited king in the big blind, and Carmen will flop top pair. Yeah, odd hand to lead here. Don't really like it. Understand it though, with a bad top pair, not so great kicker. But you're not really in a good situation or a comfortable one if you get called out of position. It does work for him this time. Would have liked to see a check. Now, JJ, you mentioned earlier that you had a little falafel stand. I also used to sell food on the street myself.
It wasn't quite a little
At
falafel
one
stand. But yeah, go on then.
I used to
Tell
have
me.
a taco stand on my roof in Mexico.
Very nice.
I
Nothing like a good taco stand.
I imported buffaloes like Frank's Red Hot by the gallon from the States into my little coastal village in Mexico. They had never tasted homemade buffalo sauce in their life. And I was selling, buffalo chicken, buffalo shrimp, cauliflower, tofu, pretty much whatever you wanted. I'll pause for a second as we've got a very interesting flop here.
We have. Look at this.
Oh, the top pair. Okay, no, the top pair is still in the hand.
It's still interesting in that neither player has actually hit anything, but Stojanovic has hit top pair.
Yep.
And may punish the logical draws that are there. The flush draw. It's unlikely someone's got a 4 holding, so I like the raise here, which he's certainly measuring out. He's a tough cookie, this guy. No mucking about. Operations.
Yeah.
not known for their
Yep.
gentle nature.
He
And
does
it's a
put
tricky
in a
spot for
raise.
Carmen. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious whether he's going to go for the jam. I reckon he won't because there aren't really any natural raises that he beats here that should fold out. Like,
No,
they're
he's
not good
like,
enough
yeah,
to...
he's likely to be losing the
Yeah,
hand. I think he'll recognise that he's drawing, and he's got value to call, which he did. Only cost him 7 million to call. Maybe a bit short on the raise side. That card is a slightly strange card. It makes a couple of straights. It makes a flush draw, and someone could be sitting on a king. So I think we're going to see check on this one. Carmen needs to hit his heart.
The problem is this is a three-way limped pot, so fours are still in play for both players. So I think that they'll both recognize that. And yeah, Carmen is going to put his opponent on a 9 and use his equity to put max pressure on. He is overbet jam here with his 8 high, which I absolutely love. Stojanovic is telegraphing his hand here. Oh, and he does put up a stand with the 9. Great call.
Peter straight in. See that? Of course, Carmen is Hungarian, so I think he is a friend of Peter. I think I've actually met them both together. Yeah, I have. I remember meeting them both. So Peter is a good friend. Worried about his friend's draw here. Big pot. Pot of the night. And Carmen loses it. We have third place, and we are down, I think, to 2 players now. We are heads up here.
No, Carmen still has about 1 big, I believe.
Really?
According to our graphics.
Okay.
He's got 1 big left. Either way, it's going to be very, very close. Yep, and there's confirmation on the screen. He's down to just over a big. Stojanovic takes the chip lead. Struro has had the chip lead for the better part of the last 4 hours. Finds himself in second place. And he is forced all in, the Hungarian. All right, so...
Want to play online poker for free? With PlayPoker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, PlayPoker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore PlayPoker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
All right, we are back from our ad. So the two other players have
playing this hand correctly. Yep.
Yep, they are trying to
Jack 10 is winning. Doesn't
Carmen.
really need to bet, but does bet. So only a queen to survive. Otherwise, we will see the preemptive third place finisher that I said. Only a queen. And we finally do get third place finish.
All right, and we are down to heads up play.
I'm not expecting, with the blinds such as they are, and also the way these two players play, I don't think we're going to have a particularly long one. I really don't. But they are playing.
I totally agree with you.
They are playing for
think that
13.
13K. Yep.
Yep. And not miles apart. And I also mentioned how easy, relatively easy, it would be for the chip lead to change, and it has done. So it's. I'm expecting this to be relatively quickly. We have had, I do remember, a 4-hour heads up on one of these tournaments at Banco. That was particularly torturous.
If he's going to start the heads up by folding King 5 off on the button, he's not going to be playing very many hands.
Oh, that may be a perfectly fair comment. I'm glad you said it and not me.
I don't think I've ever seen a king mucked from the dealer small blind in heads up play in my entire life until just now. That was particularly shocking. Wow, yeah. I'm a little in shock there still. And Stoyanovich is going to limp in with a mystery hand here. And okay, Queen 5 suited and straw flops bottom 2.
That's pretty massive. Heads up, bottom 2. It's very hard to lose from bottom 2. It's not a kind of 8-handed table where you've got people with various different types of holdings and draws. You're just up against one player. And even if he has a king, you're just really massive. In this particular case, I can't see Stoyanovich getting involved any further than he has.
Yeah, I think Stoyanovich is going to have a better sense of what hands he needs to play pre-flop than his opponent, and that alone should edge him closer to victory. They both players might get an ace-on-ace confrontation, and given how aggressive these two have been with significant holdings, that might just get it all in right away. Okay, that's an appropriate hand to fold.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Stoyanovich sitting in a massive ace-king suited. I give this, I think we're going to get a clash. I give this 10-15 minutes. Even though it's a huge amount of money, the difference, the 13,000, they're in effect playing heads up for an awful lot more money than they will ever have played for before. But the dynamics haven't particularly changed regardless of the prize. It's not going to change how they play. This
might be it right here.
This might be it.
Yeah,
I am with you, my friend. This might well be it.
I reckon that 30 bigs, heads up play. We got a strong king against a suited ace. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes 3-bet and then a jam from Stoyanovich.
Yep.
You got to remember, they both have money locked up. They've been playing poker for a very long time. They're tired. They're fatigued. I'm sure they want to go home. When you get to heads up play, when you're mentally exhausted, sometimes you see a couple good cards. Stack depth doesn't really matter. You get 3-bet, you just put your stack in. I think that is what's about to happen. And yep, here we go. And will Straw find the call.
I think you have to with this hand. A6 suited.
Yep, and there it goes. And here we go. 186 million chips in the middle. This is effectively for it all.
Well, interestingly, Stojanovic will actually have 45,000, just over 40,000 if he loses. So it's still a playable stack. What a flop for A6 suited. We are cooking on gas. Nut flush, and the ace is winning. Only a king or a jack for Stojanovic. Otherwise, we're still 2 players at this heads-up final table. Ace holds.
And there it goes.
Yeah, loses a huge amount.
Stojanovic is going to be left with 14 bigs. Yeah, I can't really blame either player. It's just 30 bigs. They're tired, they're exhausted. They probably want to get back to their room or go home. It's a couple big hands. But this is far from over. Still very playable stack here. This could be back to even in just one flip, as you can see. 62-14 can easily become 48-28. As they say on the stream, the blinds are up to 2 million, 4 million. So those 14 bigs are actually 10.5 bigs. Well, all the more likely that this will be over, or at least all in a matter of a few hands. This should be a shove. And he looks at one card, and there it goes. Looked at an ace. Fair enough.
A double up here changes everything. And, you know, he's then half the stack of Struhl. Ace, 9, king. So both players have hit this flop. Stojanovic praying to double up here. A 9 again. Wow. Struhl has his name written on this. That is pretty well game over. He's drawing to an ace only. And we have a winner. There's the trophy.
Yes, Javier!
And an Israeli won it. We're going to see some rail coming in and hugging on it.
עשינו ICM? לא, בסוף עכשיו אני רוצה...
He'll take home roughly about 58,000 euros for his win. Congratulations.
Yes!
Excellent. And an Israeli winning the first Israeli Federation tournament. He will be set up with his cards and the picture. And our work is done now, Blaze. There is the final payout. So I did say if he wins it, he's going to be not far off the first place anyway. So he's only lost 9,000, 58,000. What a great return for the young Israeli. First big cash. Was he the one that didn't have any cashes at all? Is that right?
Just one cash previously for 1,800 euros. So what a result.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good final. A little bit tight at points, but we found a way of going there. Do look on the pancocasino.sk website for some exciting events coming up between now and April. There really are. And I will wish you good night. There is our champion with the talking Hebrew. English only at the table, my friend. And I will wish you good night, and it's good night from Blaze.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
אחי, הדבקתי את הטורניר.
אני לא מאמין לך, אחי, 2290 כניסות.
סיים פייג'. Ale je rád. Čak 2,75. Ako čo som hraval?
1,27.
Čo chceš urobiť? No pošli toho do držania do Bali mi či by.